Weights have been lifted. Sprints have been run. Preparation for today's game is history. It's time to get it done. You're listening on MichiganSportsRadio.com.
Four wrestling teams have new trophies to add to their school display, and an unbelievable story of a wrestler who accomplished something much bigger than a win on the mat. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid. Midland's Wilson Shinsky finished his senior season on the wrestling mat with a 21-11 record and an appearance in the Division I regionals. But none of the wins were probably the highlight of his season. That's because on the way to his regional bouts in Heartland on Saturday, February 18th, Shinsky and his dad, Steve, stopped their vehicle on I-75 to pull a man from a burning vehicle and helped resuscitate him. It's a remarkable story of being in the right place at the right time, as Wilson plans to study nursing in college, and Dad Steve is a retired Midland firefighter. It didn't take long for them to see the driver was unconscious behind the wheel and in need of desperate help. They administered CPR until an off-duty paramedic arrived with an AED. After a shock to the driver, the monitor showed heart activity. By then, more help arrived and the driver was taken by ambulance to the hospital. At that point, the Shinskys continued to Heartland so Wilson could wrestle his regional matches. For more on this amazing story and to see a photo of Steve and Wilson with the driver they helped save, please visit MHSAA.com. Game balls this week go to Vanessa Rodriguez of Ann Arbor father Gabriel Richard. She scored 23 in a 53-52 overtime win over Detroit Renaissance in a battle of the Catholic League champ versus the Detroit Public School League champ. To Hart senior Parker Hovey, he scored 24 points in a win over Mason County Central. The win gives Hart its first boys basketball title in 60 years. And the Mackinac City twins, Larissa and Lars Huffman, they both went over 1,000 career points just 5 days apart. Lars for the boys team, Larissa for the girls.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with registered official Paige Winnie.
What happens if a player bowls out of turn during a Baker game? First, what's a Baker game? That's when 5 members of a team alternate bowling frames. The number 1 bowler goes in frames 1 and 6 and on down the line. If a bowler goes out of turn during MHSAA competition in accordance with USBC Rule 8, Item D, a dead ball would be declared. The delivery does not count. The pins must be respotted, and the correct bowler is then required to continue play. While a recent change to NCAA bowling rules would penalize bowling out of order on the wrong lane with a 0 for the attempt starting with the first infraction, the NCAA rule is not used for MHSAA competition. Instead, the frame is reset, and the correct bowler is free to continue.
Thanks, Paige. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you're interested, go to the MHSAA website now to register. Team wrestling finals were this past weekend at the Wings Event Center in Kalamazoo, and 4 big-time wrestling programs took home the top prize. In Division 4, Hudson captured its second straight team title, defeating Bronson 58-12 in the finals. Hudson knocked off Iron Mountain in the quarters and Martin Climax Scots in the semis, registering an impressive 17 pins total over the weekend. In Division 3, Dundee won its 6th straight title and 14th overall by beating Whitehall 60-18. Dundee advanced to the finals by defeating Hart and Constantine. In Division 2, Lowell has now won a decade's worth of team titles in a row. Yes, Lowell won its 10th straight team title, knocking off Goodrich 42-18. The Red Arrows beat Bloomfield Hills' Brother Rice and Gaylord in the quarters and semis. And in Division I, after 2 straight runner-up finishes, Detroit Catholic Central is back on top. They outpointed Heartland 41-31 in an exciting final after beating Warren De La Salle Collegiate and Romeo to get to the final match. For full results, recaps, and more, check out MHSAA.com. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll see you next week.
To head over the timeline to Gable. Gable straight to the basket, elevates, slams it down over top of Orbaugh. Oh my goodness, the tomahawk jam.
The ball is tipped, and there you are. You're running for your life. You're a shooting star in all the years.
Driver pounds the rock, looking for a passing lane. Got some motion going, got a right corner for Hagel. Pounded defensively by Dudley. Step back 3 for the lead. Buries it pure. Kobe Hagelin, 40-39 West Ottawa. A step back triple. Absolutely cold-blooded from Hagelin. Giving on to Titus. Titus angles, pull-up shot for the lead. Good. Brady Titus, a scream to the heavens after he knocks it down. And the Hudsonville Eagles are state champions for the first time in school history. They bob at center court. Head coach Casey Glass, in his 12th season, has taken the Eagles to the mountaintop. They are state champions. And it's the ultimate revenge for Tri-Unity. Another state championship for Coach Keeler's squad. The defenders of Tri-Unity Christian, state champions in Division 4. 56-45 the final. This is March on MGN, and this is the District 11 semifinal from Zeeland East. It is game night on Michigan Sports Radio. Nate Dreyer, joined by our special guest, who's much more famous than me tonight. Aiden Lynch is on the broadcast. Hamilton sophomore broadcaster joins us. But Aiden, an incredible doubleheader of games here this evening. We open as the Bulldogs take on the Ducks of Zeeland West, and then of course also after that the backyard rivalry between Jenison and Hudsonville will close the night. But we open with so many storylines in this first contest for the Grandville Bulldogs. Coming off the win on Monday against Holland, it was a win over West Ottawa for Zeeland West. And you see both these teams looking for a little bit of redemption in the playoffs. Grandville beat Zeeland West last year. The Bulldogs fell just short of winning a district championship. It's going to be a very emotionally charged evening in this first contest right off the jump.
Yeah, 100%. They're going to want to look at their defense and that intensity. That intensity is what is going to make or break this game.
These are two teams that are both very grinding, very physical. Of course, if you're a Michigan Game Night listener, you know this Granville defense under Coach Young, all that they do defensively, game in, game out. You know, it's a playoff rubber match also, to the extent we talk about Grandville winning this contest last year. The year before, it was Zeeland West taking down the Bulldogs. So a little bit of a inside the playoffs rubber match. And by the way, one of the best matchups you're going to find in the state that's going to be front and center of our talking points in this Bates Agency pregame show, and front and center our talking points all night long. It is Cam Regneris, Grandville's junior center, versus Merritt Aldrink, Zeeland West junior power forward and center. Two of the preeminent power forward center players, especially juniors in West Michigan. These guys are so great. They're kind of limited in the amount they've played against each other. We're going to actually talk to Cam Regneris coming up in a few minutes about that, and that is the matchup of the day, I'd say, across West Michigan to watch in terms of that man-on-man battle.
Yeah, that's 100% a matchup that we're going to want to watch tonight and keep an eye on. And they're going to both get in each other's heads being together the whole night, or the whole game, excuse me. So I'm excited to see how that goes. But, you know, we look at different heights here, and those are two that are pretty sizable and not much of a difference, right? So I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, I'm sure Merritt Aldering stands at about 6'7", but a very beefy player, and a guy that plays more on the wing and on the perimeter a lot of times. Of course, Cam Regneris at 6'8", lanky, arguably right there for your best shot blocker and rim protector in West Michigan. All right, we got a lot to get to here on this Bates Agency pregame show. Do not go anywhere. When we come back, we're going to hear from Cam Regneris. Had a great interview with him. Was able to talk to him yesterday, actually, and go over some things going into this big matchup, especially for the Bulldogs, coming off that win against Holland last time out. So do not go anywhere. We will be right back from Zeeland East.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINR.
And welcome back, everyone, to the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency pregame show here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. Nate Dreyer, and now joined by Grandville Junior forward Cam Regneris. And Cam, first off, thank you for your time. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. And I tell you what, coming off a really good win for you guys against Holland, 60-34. You know, a Holland team that definitely showed they're a scrappy bunch. They found a way to make some shots early, stay in the game. Yep. You know, kind of tell me how good it feels to get that first playoff win. You know, a game in particular, you guys held them off early and were able to pull away late.
It feels great. I mean, we're on a 5-game win streak now. I think we really are playing our team's best basketball right now defensively. They definitely did hit a lot of threes in the first half, which is kind of why they kind of kept it close. And then in the second half, we really limited their 3-point shots to maybe like 1 or 2 threes, and it feels really good to start off 1-0 in playoffs.
Yeah, for sure. And even some of those first half threes, I mean, they were hitting some tough shots in general. You guys are playing so well down the stretch. I guess taking kind of a broader look at the playoffs, for you, obviously a second-year junior here, tell me about your kind of mental, physical, approach on the whole to the playoffs, and, what you learned last year going on a little bit of a run through the districts, and being able to come back with that perspective, how much you think that's helped in terms of having that previous playoff experience heading into a second year, kind of helping lead this team.
Yeah, I think last year playoffs for me was a lot different. I mean, I got sick the week before playoffs, so that didn't help. I had the flu. So this year, and I know what it's like. I'm not as nervous as I was last year because I've been here before, and I think I'm just ready to play. Yeah, for sure. And even in general, I mean, for those of us that watched you all last year, watched you this year, I mean, there's been so much growth in your game, both ends of the floor. I think the tenacity you play with as well, that's something even before the season. Coach Young, I remember when he came out with us, he talked about kind of the more tenacity and energy that you've been able to even add to what you had last year. Where do you think some of the biggest growth in your game has come from last year to this year and even throughout this season? I think my biggest growth is probably offensively. Mm-hmm. I mean, I've always been able to block shots, but me and Coach Young have been working a lot on my left hand and my finishes around the hoop and just dunking quickly. So I think that my offensive game has really jumped a lot since last year. Yeah, for sure. It's been quite something to watch that jump. Cam Regneris, Grandville Junior forward, with us here on Game Night. Now, the one thing, obviously, I think when you look at yourself coming into Grandville, obviously, the program's been pretty blessed in terms of the way that you and Landon kind of space things out. 3 years for him, and then you follow right up 3 years after. Tell me a little bit about what you kind of learned from Landon, coming after him, coming into the program. How much did you learn? And obviously there's a lot there that you've modeled your game after, but what does having him in your life growing up really help you in terms of your basketball game and your style? To be honest, I think I got a lot of my post moves from him, working in always 1v1 and outside growing up. just watching him post up. I mean, he really ended up being a point guard towards the end of his high school career. So, but towards his sophomore and junior year, just finishing around the basket and pump fakes and drop steps and working on that outside in the yard. So,
all right, so let's set it up then. I think I know what you're of course going to answer. 1st to 11 game, 1-on-1, you and Landon, who wins?
Oh, right now?
Right now, or yeah, let's go right now.
Oh, it's me. He's washed.
Okay.
He's washed.
Okay, so let's put him then his senior year when he's, and again, like you said, he turned to more of a point guard then. So at his peak as senior year, you now still got him?
I think it'd definitely be closer, but I think I still got him 11-9.
Okay, 11-9. There you go. You heard it right here first from Cam over Landon. If you had each of them at the peak of their powers. All right, so now let's transition that into this big one, Grandville and Zeeland West. And of course, we'll get into kind of your individual matchup first, but first tell me from a team perspective some of the things that you're looking at in terms of this Zeeland West team, because there's a lot of similarities with how these two teams are built.
Yeah, so as a team, we're just Merritt's really our primary focus, to be honest. We've looked a lot on their dump-offs off drives, and what we've really been focusing on as a team in general recently is limiting teams' three-pointers. So, and kind of just pushing them into me, and I just block the shot. So that's kind of what we've been doing recently and looking at.
Yeah, for sure. So obviously, that's the matchup that everyone and a lot of people, even across, I think, West Michigan, are going to be looking at. You know, two of the premier junior post players in this area and beyond are going head-to-head with you versus Merritt. You know, tell me a little bit in that matchup. Like, I know, obviously, you guys went head-to-head in the playoffs last year a little bit. Kind of how much have you faced up against him in the past, and how excited are you for that matchup?
I have not really played against Merritt a lot. I think I played him one time in a summer league, like not this upcoming, but going into my sophomore year.
Okay.
I played him, and I'm honestly very excited about this matchup tomorrow. I'm just ready to really play right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, for those of us that have gotten a chance to watch you and know what your ability is, I think we definitely know that there's a great chance to make a statement. You know, even if scouts and so forth are tuned in, I think there's a statement versus a true D1 guy with plenty of offers already out there, and I certainly am looking forward to that matchup for you and for the team. Well, thank you again, Cam, for your time this evening, and good luck out there against Zeeland West.
Thank you.
All right, Cam Regneris, Grandville junior forward, joined us here on Game Night. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back here on the Bates Agency pregame show.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car.
Hey, my car!
And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
All right. And welcome back, everyone, to Zeeland East. Nate Dreyer, Aiden Lynch with you here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. Grandville and Zeeland West here in March on MGN. We are getting closer to tip-off in this one as we continue through our Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agents pregame show. How did they each get here? Zeeland West took down West Ottawa in a game that I think was closer than a lot of a lot of experts, so to speak, may have expected. 60-54 in that contest. West Ottawa, a solid team down the stretch in the OK Red season, beat Holland Christian, their final contest of the regular season. Good performance. And Grandville, a big second half, really was able to handle Holland, a scrappy Holland team that can kind of hang with people. You saw him hit some threes early, so both these teams tested once and now ready opportunity to go head-to-head again in a rubber match. You look at the last few years going one way then the other in playoff play and in district play between these two. The thing you talked about at the open of the game, Aiden, was the idea of toughness, the idea of defense. Yep. Let's go back to it. These teams have a little bit of a rivalry streak in them when they've played in the past. You've got a lot of kind of counteracting head-to-head matchups in that regard as well. Two coaches that teach a lot of toughness. It's going to be a physical, really mean, terrific playoff game.
Yeah, energy is going to be what's going to take this one home tonight, and being able to keep up with the toughness, keep working hard. That's what we're going to need to see tonight. I mean, it depends on who they play on their bench, right? They could play a certain amount of players. They get gassed. You got the other team putting in more players that are refreshed. It's a matchup that I'm excited to see.
Yeah, two teams that have traditionally been more in, let's just go with kind of the 7-8 deep range, but of course playoff time. I mean, Coach Young Monday, he was more so going 6.5 deep, let's just say, for the bulk of that game down the stretch. Zeeland West, the same thing. You know, they like to be 8 deep in general. They can shrink it down a little bit, but I think the second half of their lineup into their bench, they feel pretty confident kind of rolling with even levels of player. And Zeeland West also, I think, will be the slightly faster team of this too. It's tough to say exactly how that may work out in the end in that regard. But when you look at the season totals, the Zeeland West team that scores nearly 60 points per game on the year, Grandville more kind of right in the scoring and giving up 52 points per game on the season. They like to grind a little bit more. So that's another thing we're to watch right from the beginning. I know that's something that you'll have your eye on is, what does that pace look like? Is Zeeland West getting out and running? Are you seeing Aldrich maybe more so playing at the perimeter in a 4-out offense? Are they crowding it in? Is Grandville trying to, run more off of turnovers and mistakes? Are both teams trying to be controlled early? That's going to be really fascinating to watch.
Yeah, even if we might see a press tonight. It could happen, whether it's half court or even full court. That's a press that is going to be hard to break. And when you bring it into this type of game between two scrappy teams that are really working hard and are really defensive and mentally prepared for this, that's going to be an interesting one for both sides.
Of course, that matchup, Merritt Aldrich versus Cam Regneris, is the one that comes to the forefront in this game for everyone. But an X-Factor matchup to watch is going to be more on the perimeter, on the wings, so to speak. You have Grandville's senior guard, Tyson Mann, who has been electric down the stretch. 19 points against Holland. And then Luke Baker, a third-year, 6'5" junior sniper, very good. They won't necessarily be matched up man-on-man against each other offensively and defensively, but them as the secondary scoring piece outside of what we're watching inside might be where this game is ultimately won, especially if you see Aldrich and Regneris kind of cancel out, so to speak. Those two will be right in the forefront of things.
Yep, being in each other's head, working against each other, they're going to get, at some point, they're going to get into each other's head, and that's where we're going to see more of the outside of the three-point line and even inside of the three-point line, different players getting those shots off and contributing to these points.
Talk about the head-to-head matchups. You talk about the toughness. Talk about the physicality. You talk about the fact that there's a rubber match going on for these two as well, and some of the playoff history they've had against each other. Well, for that reason, I think it's an emotional check. 2 years ago, these two teams played a game at Grandville, and there are some pieces that were on the team, were both still on the team at that point, in particular, Merritt Aldrich. I believe there were 4 technical fouls in that game at Grandville a couple years ago. These two teams don't like each other. That's a little bit of the element to it. Keeping your emotions in check for two teams that run hot while also keeping the physicality is an absolute knife's edge that these two teams will have to follow tonight.
Yep, and I feel like we'll hear the whistle blow a lot tonight. I think the physicality will get to a point where we're just going to hear whistles left and right, and we're going to end up getting into the bonus quite early.
Yeah, and watch out. I mean, in that matchup between Regneris and Aldrich last year, Aldrich spent a lot of time in foul trouble on the bench in the playoff game. That's going to be an X factor, obviously, is when you've got two kind of bigger players that are going to be matched up in a physical manner like that against each other. Certainly we'll be keeping our eye out for the foul battle between those two in that regard. Scott Bates, Farmers Insurance Agents, the pregame show rolling on HR, joined by Aiden Lynch, and everyone knows who this kid is. He is the snow day viral kid from Hamilton, but also a terrific broadcaster. Been working with him this year. Obviously, Chandler and I have each mentioned before we're Hamilton grads, so great to get you on here for a playoff broadcast while Chandler continues to sun himself out down in Florida. I'm sure he's tuned in right now and watching the pregame show here. X factors to this game. Aiden, let's start with Grandville. Let's start with Logan Stockwell. So you talk about Regneris, you talk about Mann. The question is, when you've got great defenders for Zeeland West, that tertiary scoring may certainly rise to the forefront. He had 14 points, Stockwell did, on a trio of 4 threes on on Monday night. He's had other games like that. For example, Thornapple Kellogg recently, the Grand Haven contest a couple weeks back where he went off. If you have that third-level scorer like a Logan Stockwell on the wing go off, especially if he has a matchup with Aldrink, if Aldrink comes out to the perimeter, that's the X factor to watch on the Grandville side, I have to say.
Yeah, no, and I think that if one of the sides gets in foul trouble and they pull one of their kids out, you're going to see a different matchup, and that's where things might heat up a little bit. And once they get into that groove, they're just going. So it might happen tonight.
Yeah, and an X factor in general for Coach Klein's team in Zeeland West. When you look at the depth they have at guard and at wing, but one guy that has really kind of stepped up down the stretch for them, especially as they've gotten in the playoff run, is Miles Steffen. Had 12.7 rebound. You know, he'll play on the ball, off the ball as a guard a little bit. When all the focus is on a guy like Aldrink, on a guy like Baker, even on a guy like Trenton Bullhouse a little bit, who will shift between the wing and the post, that opens up opportunities for a guy like the junior guard Miles Steffen to step up, be a scorer. He had all 12 of his points, I believe, in the second half as well in that game, so that's something to watch.
Yeah, not only a scorer, but when you get those two matchups right there, getting into it in the paint, trying to get that rebound, he's able to sneak in there and grab that ball, so that might be helping his stats with the rebounds tonight.
No, absolutely. That's something to watch. I mean, Tyson Mann, Quentin Hendrickson rebound the basketball from the guard position very well for the Bulldogs, but a lot of size with guys like Steffen, a guy like Declan Clampt as well that can rebound well. So obviously, the focus is on Aldrink versus Regnerus. Even Cam Regnerus admitted in his interview that's what the focus, of course, is going to be on. But I think we have to keep our eyes on plenty of other matchups. These are two teams that match up so similarly. It's going to be a terrific game. I mean, one 15-8 on the year, the other 16-6. You know, one playing in the red, one playing in the green. High-level competition they've seen. I cannot wait to get this one underway. All right, that'll do it for the Bates Agency pregame show. Going to step aside for the anthem. When we come back, we'll get you your starting lineups, and we'll get you some basketball. Big night, a doubleheader here in District 11. Hudsonville Jenison on deck next, but first off, heck of a basketball game right here. Grandville, Zeeland West, right on the other side of this.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you've got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
To everyone who loves great food, let us make you a meal the Wisconsin way.
We cook each butter burger to order for you and the people you love, so it's the best part of your day.
The best.
The best.
And every creamy scoop of fresh frozen custard, pure happiness.
Pure happiness.
Pure happiness. Because where Culver's comes from.
And the heart of America's Dairyland.
Our love.
Our love for fresh food is as strong as our love for all of you.
From Wisconsin with love.
Welcome to Delicious.
about time to rock and roll from Zeeland East. Nate Dreyer, Aiden Lynch with you this evening for the first of our district semifinal matchups. It's Grandville and Zeeland West. Zeeland West, the home team in uniform and on scoreboard tonight. Grandville, the traveling team in uniform and on scoreboard for this one. For Grandville, under head coach Desmond Young in his second season, coming off that win against Holland. They will be in their traveling maroon uniforms, and for the Bulldogs, they will start with a 5'11" senior guard, Tyson Mann. The 6' senior guard, Quentin Hendrickson, gets the start alongside the 6' senior guard, Drew Hungerford. Up front for the Bulldogs, the 6'4" senior wing, Logan Stockwell, and their 6'8" junior, Cam Regneris, will be in the middle of the Grandville attack. For head coach David Klein and Zeeland West, coming off a win against West Ottawa. It's the home white jerseys. They will be starting the senior guard, Declan Clampt, alongside the junior wing, Luke Baker. The junior guard, Miles Steffen, gets the start alongside the junior forward and wing, Trenton Bullhouse. In the middle, they will have the 6'7" junior, Merritt Aldrin. Again, for Zeeland West, they'll be moving left to right across your radio dial. Uniforms are white. Numbers, lettering, and trimming in green, trimmed in a little bit more gold. Grandville, those traveling maroon uniforms, numbers and lettering in gray, trimmed in black and gray. They will be moving right to left across your radio dial. We'll see that jump between Regneris and Aldrink in just a few moments. Cannot wait to get this one underway, though, Aiden. It's going to be, I think, a lot of intensity right from the jump here. Yeah, no, I'm excited to see what happens tonight. I mean, we're just moments away from tip-off, and I guarantee you that tip-off is going to be between those two matchups that we just talked about earlier. Yeah. So it's going to be a run to a run to get that ball and to start off the game strong. All right, final introductions. Drew Hungerford checking in for the Bulldogs. Trenton Bullhouse coming in for Zeeland West, and both teams will get ready to rock and roll here in this one. Again, it's a rubber match. 2 years ago, it was Zeeland West winning on their home floor against Grandville in the playoffs. Last year, it was Grandville over Zeeland West on their home floor in the playoffs, and now they meet on a semi-neutral site here across the hall, I suppose, from Zeeland West at Zeeland East. Jim filling up as we get closer to tip. Again, left to right goes Zeeland West. Right to left goes Grandville. Aldrink steps in against Regneris for the tip. Ball is up, away we go, and the possession is snagged on the left side by Bullhouse. He'll hand it off on the inner hand for Steffen. We're underway. Right wing, Aldrink drives on Stockwell, reaching left-hand shot off the window, good, and an early foul as Aldrink reaches that one in and will go to the line. So interesting, it was Stockwell that drew that defensive matchup off the jump, and the foul is on Regneris trying to get the block inside. So an early drive from Aldrink getting his offense going. Yeah, way to get that ball off and get it off the backboard there to get that and one and drain that second one. Left-hand free throw is good. It's a three-point play to open up for Zeeland West. 3-0 Ducks with the first 10 seconds quickly gone. Hendrickson to run the Grandville offense. Hand off Tyson Mann, top of the key. Swings right well, wing to Stockwell. Jabs and hands off for Tyson, defended by Clampt. Blows around a screen right side and underhand hands off back onto Hendrickson, who will back it out to the volleyball line. Hendrickson down the left side of the floor. A carrying violation is whistled on him. Zeeland West takes over. Sloppy start, both ends for the Bulldogs. Yeah, we just saw that that half-court press there. That's something that kind of got them in there, and that carry just kind of messed them up a little bit. Miles Steffen coming off 12.7 boards on Monday, runs the offense. Cut off left elbow by Hendrickson. Hendrickson pokes it out of there, stolen by Stockwell. He'll go for a run. Stockwell lobbing back. Hendrickson left-hand shot off the backboard, no good. Aldrink slapped the backboard on the fight for the ball right there. They crash to a side scrum at the free throw line. Tie-up is called. Alternating possession will stay with Grandville. 7:16 in the first. 3-0 Zeeland West. Yeah, that Grandville player that dove in to get that ball, that was great on him to get that jump ball there. Mann lobbing left corner for Drew Hungerford. Swings left wing Hendrickson. Back to Tyson Mann, left corner. Stepping around Aldrink. Pull up mid-range J. Splash. Nice job by Mann to step around the defender and finish. Grandville on the board 3-2. First minute gone. Yeah, great pull up there by him inside the three-point line. Aldrink backing in on a switch, right elbow, rises and scores with the left as he buckets that one down. Merritt Aldrink, all 5 of Zeeland West points early. He is taking it to that matchup that we look to certainly go to in this game. Right corner, man, swung around left wing Hendrickson. Left corner, Stockwell. Up fake, drives in the lane, ball fake, right hand finger roll, falls short off the front rim. Rebound is down to Steffen and given on to Alderink with 6.5 in the first. 5-2, Zeeland West. Alderink blowing into the lane. Offensive foul is called as it's Stockwell taking the charge. That's the first foul on Alderink. It goes the other way. You called it the pregame show, Aiden. A lot of whistles early in this one.
Yep, a lot of whistles early, and that's going to affect both teams because they're going to be hot.
Right to left over the timeline. Hendrickson to run the Grandville offense. The Bulldogs trailing early on in this one by 3. Reaching pass. Hungerford hits Regnerus. Skies. Jams with 2 hands and a foul. That will send Regnerus to the line for one more.
Yeah, way to get in there, way to get the ball up and get hit on his way up. He was putting it over there. He put it in and he got hit on the way up, drawing that foul. Great job by him.
Foul 1 on Clamp. That is the second on Zeeland West, and a chance to tie this thing at the line for Regnerus, and he does so. So Regnerus completes a 3-point play of his own. We're all knotted at 5 with 6:20 in the first. I think we're going to have a heck of a 32 minutes in this one.
Yeah, and I'm looking at number 5 there, Logan Stockwell. Excuse me, number 5, Miles Steffen. And he's got a bloody nose, so they might call it here in a second.
Reaching past Alderink down to the right block, secured by Luke Baker. He's pushed and fouled from behind. That'll be 2 fouls now on either team. That foul is on Drew Hungerford, his first. 6:05 to go in the first. 5-5 game. They're going to call it a shooting foul. They're going to send Baker to the line. A good call. They're going to send Steffen back to the bench to get the blood cleaned up, but it is a shooting foul whistled here, actually, on the force inside from Baker that'll send him to the line. So Baker, the 6'5 junior wing, came up and has played all these 3 years along with Alderink. He was injured last year for the playoff matchup between these two teams. Did not see the floor in that one. Taking their time here, trying to allow Steffen to get that bloody nose situation that was mentioned, figured out.
Yeah, and I think that I didn't realize that that was a shooting foul. I didn't think he was on his way up, but they called that a shooting foul, so he gets to go to the line to put it up by, or have a chance to put it up by 2.
Baker, 3 and white, bends the knees, right hand free throw, rolls home for the junior. Zeeland West goes back on top, 6-5.
Yeah, great shot there, great follow through. Would bend the knees there, put it up and put it in.
Second one for Baker. Able to hit them both as he hits that one pure and splashes it down. 7-5, Tyson Mann the carry for the Bulldogs. First 2 minutes gone and a high-scoring start, especially compared to what a lot of Bulldogs games have looked like. Mann goes around a Regnerus screen, pull-up shot, right elbow, good. Tyson Mann elevates and fires and scores from the wing again.
Yeah, once he gets that chance to put it up and shoot it, he takes it and he puts it in strong.
7-7 ball game. Grandville kind of a switching, almost matchup zone type look to their initial 2-4 formation defensively. Now they settle back into the man-to-man matchup. Is backing into the lane here is Steffen. He's stripped by Stockwell, and Stockwell to run. Right wing, Stockwell stops, lost the handle and regathers against a defender, turning his back on Clamps. Up top, swung around left wing, Hungerford, left wing for Mann. Back up top, Hungerford. To the right wing for Hendrickson. Right corner, catch and shoot 3. Stockwell, got it! Logan Stockwell staying red hot from 3, and the Bulldogs go up 10-7 with 5:12 in the first.
Way to grab it fast, put it up, and put it in.
Bohaus feeds left corner for Declan Clamps, lobbing free throw line to Baker. Turns on the pivot foot, he'll back into Regnerus. Gave a shimmy, fadeaway shot in the lane, off the connector, high, no good. High leaping rebound down to Stockwell. Chase for the basketball, poked away from Hendrickson. In the front court, Clamp jumps on the ball along with Hendrickson. Held ball is called. Alternating possession will stay with Zeeland West. Second time we've seen bodies hitting the deck after a ball. This time Zeeland West gets it. First substitutions of the game. Yant and Waller will check in here for Zeeland West as Baker and Bohaus take a seat. 4:52 in the first. No substitutions yet for the Bulldogs. Grandville leads 10-7. District semifinal game here in D1, District 11. Left side inbound, Trevor Waller lobs up top for Miles Steffen. Defended by Hendrickson. Fakes right, throws it left side onto Waller. Waller, the senior quarterback also for this team, backing into the lane, feeds top of the key onto Clamps. Clamps walks down to the left side of the lane. Little skip pass onto Yant. Yant blocks down to the right block. Turnaround right-hand shot blocked by Regnerus. Rebound picked up by Hendrickson of the Bulldogs.
Great block there by Regnerus, and way to get it down the court for the Bulldogs.
Left wing Stockwell thought about the 3, late arriving Alderink made him change his mind. Swung up top for Hungerford. Back left corner, catch and shoot 3. Stockwell off the connector, no. Leaping rebound down to Steffen. Thrown over the timeline to Waller. Zeeland West working with a little bit of pace right here, all the way across the floor. Right wing to Merritt Aldrink, who opened with their first 5 points of the game. Aldrink blows into the lane. Leaning left-hand shot from the right block is short. Rebound down to Mann. On to Regnerus. Regnerus turns the back on Yant. Spinning left block. Up top, Stockwell. Up fake. Drives into the lane. Dribbled off his foot with some contact. Came out top for Hungerford. Hungerford drives down the right side. He is grabbed and fouled. And a timeout is called from the Zeeland West bench. 3:53 in the first, 10-7 Grandville. A lot of energy in this one. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
A sense of purpose, a higher calling. At Dean Transportation, we call it our passion. It's simply who we are. 60 years of pioneering the best health and safety standards because safe student transportation is essential. We are hard-working folks, connecting children to learning, schools to our communities, and you to a better career. Want to make your community a better place? We'll put you in the driver's seat. Join the Dean family today and help to connect our kids to brighter futures.
And welcome back here to Zeeland West. Left wing three for Tyson Mann off the mark. Back up top here, or back to Zeeland East. Zeeland West with the basketball, right corner. Aldrink drives, stops right elbow, feeds left wing onto a driving Clamped into the lane, right-hand floater, blocked by Regnerus. Stockwell crashes in for the rebound and loses it, but he loses it on to teammate Hungerford, and the Bulldogs will start back up their offense here with Tyson Mann.
We've seen 2 blocks there from Regnerus here tonight, and that he's doing great, doing strong, staying down there and getting up and blocking that ball.
Grandville leads by a trio right here. Driving the lane, Regnerus. Left-hand shot off the window and good. Regnerus now with 5, and the Bulldogs go up 12-7.
Yep, as I was just saying, Regnerus showing up on both sides.
Driving in Aldrink, 2-hand feed over top of the defender is good. Aldrink with 7 on the answer. Grandville back up 3. Back and forth we go. Inside 3 minutes to go now.
Stockwell looking to catch the charge there. He couldn't get it, and that gave Aldrink an open shot.
Stockwell drives baseline right, goes up with a shot, defended and blocked by Yant, but a foul called. That will send Stockwell to the line for 2 right here. 2:46 in the first. First foul on Yant, 4th on the team.
We're hearing that from West there. They didn't exactly agree with that foul, but way to go for number 5. Number 5, Logan Stockwell, to get up there and try to put that ball in, attracting that foul.
First one rattles out for Stockwell. Kai Anderson will check in for the first time. Also, Luke Baker comes back in as we'll see Merritt Aldrink go to the bench for the first time in this contest. It'll be Ryder Haight coming in for the shooter in just a moment. One more at the line here for Stockwell, who has 3 early on in this contest. Offset the right foot just in front of the left. 2 dribbles in motion. Right-hand free throw up, falls short off the front rim, no good. Long chase to the rebound is on the floor, settled down by Steffen, and it'll be taken here by Trevor Waller to run the offense. Back left wing for Steffen. Steffen with pace, blows down the right side of the lane, right corner for Baker. Up top for Anderson. Anderson driving on man, cut off left block. Up top for Steffen, lost and regathers the possession, gives up top for Waller, spins in the lane, jump pass, left corner, catch and shoot 3, Steffen, off the connector, high fight for the rebound, and an over the back foul is going to be called on Orion Yant right here, and Grandville will take back over. 6th foul on Zeeland West. Bullhouse will come in here for Steffen. Yant, check that, it will be Yant checking out, and Steffen, there's some miscommunication with Coach Klein's team, as Ryder Haight is in for Stockwell, as we mentioned. 2 on Yant, 5 on the team. Here comes Tyson Mann around the Grandville offense. Bulldogs lead by 3 with 2:15 in the first. Mann lost his footing, but able to just stay on his feet and avoid the travel right elbow. Swung left wing to Hungerford. Left corner for Hendrickson. Up top, Drew Hungerford. Right wing for Mann. Mann, angle drive, jump stop, leaning shot, off the window, good. 5 points for Tyson Mann, 14-9 Grandville.
Grandville's racking up that board with those 2-pointers. They're not going for many threes, it's great for them to get in that paint and put it up.
Check that 6 for Mann. Up top, right wing for Baker. Swung left wing for Steffen. Steffen driving on Haight down the right side. Lob pass left corner. Baker stares at the basket. Baseline left drive. Reaching shot around Regnerus. Hangs on the rim. Does not fall. Rebound down to a sprinting Hendrickson. Hendrickson stops top of the key. Feeds left wing for Regnerus. Working the jab step. All the way across right corner Hungerford. Baseline drive. Reaching pass left corner Haight. Up top for Mann. Mann with bodies down behind the play. Left corner. Ryder Haight all alone. Corner 3. Good.
Wide open shot there. He got it in with ease there. But we're seeing a lot of touching between both of these teams. Very physical right now.
17-9 lead for the Bulldogs into the final 1:10 of the first. Right corner Trevor Waller chased across the floor by Drew Hungerford. Up top, in between the rings, it's Miles Steffen, defended by Tyson Mann to the right. Handoff for Trenton Bullhouse. Bullhouse swings left wing for Anderson. Anderson on left corner to a turning Waller. Waller spins into the paint, reaching pass onto Baker. Baker all alone, right-hand bunny will not go. Put back also will not fall. Rebound down to Tyson Mann of the Bulldogs. Final 44 seconds of the first, 17-9 Grandville. Mann drives, lost the handle in the lane as he was trying to go up for a shot. Lost it straight into the chest of Baker. It'll come on here with Miles Steffen and the Ducks.
Missed opportunity there for Westfield. He had a wide open layup and he just missed it.
Handoff right wing onto a curling Steffen. Steffen left elbow defended by Hendrickson will be chased out of there. Coach Klein looking towards the clock will call it out to his offense. They will hold for the final shot. Grandville leading 17-9. Final 13 seconds of the first. Steffen right wing. Bounding around a screen left wing with 6 seconds. Steffen stops, left block, turns, feeds on to Baker. Lost, regathers, and scores off the window of the right. That'll do it for the first. Luke Baker brings Zeeland West back into double digits and back within 6. It's a 17-11 game after the first. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back here on Game Night.
Bowling is a great time that combines great friends, football, and bowling. Compete against your friends or family, throwing a football at 10 real bowling pins. You can bring in your own food, or they have a pair of 45-foot bars featuring soft drinks and adult beverages. Visit foldingwarehouse.com, Grand Rapids, to reserve your lanes.
Founded in 1969, J&H Family Stores has grown from a single tank truck to over 50 convenience store locations in West Michigan. Our locations offer a variety of fuel options ranging from Exxon, Mobil, Marathon, and Citgo. At many of our stores, you'll also be pleased to find a Tim Hortons or Subway. Find the location near you by visiting myjhfamilystores.com. There's one in your neighborhood.
All right, welcome back, everyone, here to Zeeland East. Nate Dreyer, Aiden Lynch with me here tonight. 17-11 after the first. Welcome here courtside. Man, what a wild first quarter of play. Back and forth we go. A lot of open shots. Grandville hit a lot of them. Merritt Aldrich forcing in 7 points of his own to try to keep pace a little bit for Zeeland West.
Yeah, I think that first quarter showed a lot of what we might see the rest of this game. We saw a little bit of a press. We saw a lot of different players contributing to these shots, and we just saw a lot of scrappiness, a lot of touching, a lot of physical. That's what we're expecting to see for the rest of the night.
Grandville, the ball back underway. Tyson Mann drives, underhand handoff for Cam Regnerus is spiked into the scorer's table right in front of us. And we'll go back the other way with Zeeland West. 7:48 in the second. 17-11 the Grandville lead. It'll be Trenton Bullhouse, the junior guard and wing, 6'2" to run the offense here. Swings left side to Waller, defended loosely by Tyson Mann. Waller across the floor, right wing. Skip pass, right block for a reaching Merritt Aldrich. Up top, Baker swung left corner. Catch and shoot three, Kai Anderson. Off the front rim, no. He'll race to his own rebound along the baseline and fire a lollipop pass to the top of the key to Waller. Back left corner to Anderson. Waller left wing, swung right wing for Merritt Aldrich. Aldrich crosses, drives in the lane on Stockwell. Jump pass, right corner Waller. Drives in, ball fake, skip pass. Poked out of there by Tyson Mann. Secured along the end line by Stockwell, given back to Mann. What a defensive combo right there from 0 and 5 in maroon.
Mann just took away some possible points there, and with a great steal there.
Deep right wing three off the mark for Stockwell. Back to the way Waller running. Waller stops left block. Skip pass, right side, on to Baker. Right-hand push shot, high off the glass, no good. Rebound down to Hendrickson and the Bulldogs. 6:51 in the second, 17-11. Looks like Coach Young's team going to try to settle things down just a little bit right here offensively. Hendrickson Skipping, reaching pass to Ryder Haight, throws up top for Stockwell. Stockwell puts up a 3, but a offensive charging foul is called on Haight behind the play. It'll go back Zeeland West way. Clamped and Steffen will check back in here for Coach Klein as Waller and Anderson go to the bench. That's foul 1 on Ryder Haight, 3rd on the Bulldogs.
Missed opportunities we've seen tonight, and that was just one with that charge. Great three-point shot that went in, and it just got called back because of one foul that could have been changed.
Clamped in the left wing, defended off the three-point line by Ryder Haight. Handoff in front of him to a curling Steffen. Left corner for Merritt Aldrink. Aldrink turns the back on Stockwell. That's been the defensive matchup. Underhand handoff for Steffen. Steffen loses the handle. Poked and stolen by Tyson Mann. Man to run, one-on-one, Euro step, right-hand shot. Strong, but a foul is called. That will send Tyson Mann to the line again. Defense into offense right there for the Bulldogs. Will send Tyson Mann to the line. That's 2 fouls on Clamped. And Tyson 2 at the line, and that is the 6th against Zeeland West. So Grandville shooting free throws the rest of the way regardless right here.
Yeah, and like we said at the beginning, we're predicting a bonus here, and we're getting that bonus early almost. We're at 6 fouls for the Ducks here, and that's going to come soon.
Yeah, Tyson Mann hits the first, 18-11 lead for the Bulldogs. He has 7. One more here for Tyson. Got that one. He has been unbelievable down the stretch. Had 19 points against Holland, and he's already working on that sort of total again here tonight. 19-11, the Grandville lead with 6 minutes to go in the second. Steffen backing into the lane, feeds right corner for Waller. Reaching pass, right block for Baker. Baker turns his back, right corner Bullhouse. Catch and shoot 3 from the lefty, misses everything strong. Rebound down to Hendrickson. He's going to run with it. Hendrickson. Left wing for Regnerus, turns the back, left corner, catch and shoot 3. Ryder Haight, high arcing 3 is good. Another 3 for Haight. He has 6, and Grandville has Zeeland West doubled up 22-11.
Way to get that ball back, get it down the floor, and get it up for a shot that was clean.
Bullhouse, left elbow, defended by Ryder Haight, kicks left corner for Merritt Aldrink. Aldrink driving on Haight now on the switch to the free throw line. Reaching pass for Bullhouse along the baseline. Right corner Steffen launches a 3 over top of Hendrickson and knocks it down.
A great response there from number 5, Miles Steffen, to the previous shot from 11, Ryder Haight.
22-14, Grandville's lead with 5:16 in the second. Tyson Mann leaping pass right corner. Stockwell blows into the lane. Jump stop, right side, catch and shoot 3. Haight off the front rim, falls straight down, no good. He was trying to feel himself a little bit right there. It's Trevor Waller will take it up for the Bulldogs to the top of the key, or for the Ducks to the top of the key. Handoff left wing, Aldrink reaching past Baker, left block, push shot strong. His putback is good, and a foul. Luke Baker was 6. He's working tough on the block right now for the Ducks. He brings him within 22-16 and a chance for one more. That foul is the first on Stockwell, 4th on the team. Hungerford will check in here for the Bulldogs as Tyson Mann will get a breather.
Yeah, we look at it. He is working hard, but we can't give him that much credit. He just missed a wide open layup, and if he hadn't grabbed that ball back and put it back up, he wouldn't have had a chance for those points.
Baker spins home the free throw. He now has 7, completes the three-point play. 22-17, Grandville by 5 with 4:51 in the second. Hendrickson to run the Grandville offense with Mann on the bench. Hendrickson, handoff, right corner for Ryder Haight. Up top, Hungerford, swung left corner, Stockwell. Defended by Aldrink, throws a pass at the feet of Regnerus. He's able to settle down. He then hits a cutting Hungerford into the lane. Extra pass, right corner, Ryder Haight. Shot is blocked. Chase for the rebound, secured by Ryder, pushed in the back, and a foul will send Haight to the line for a 1-and-1. Great effort play there from Ryder Haight to keep it alive and get himself to the strike.
Yeah, Haight is feeling himself a little bit after that block, big block there from Trevor Waller. Goodness. Trevor Waller, after that block, he went and raced for that ball. He wouldn't be at the line right now if he didn't go and grab that.
Coach Klein doesn't love the call. He's asking for an explanation on the push as Haight goes to the line, and he hits the first.
And let's be honest here, Klein does have a little bit of a reason behind it because we have seen a lot of physicality tonight. So if he's not going to get those calls, he's going to argue about his own calls.
Second one for Ryder Haight, no good off the front rim, goes 1 of 2. Grandville leads at 23-17. The rebound is down to Merritt Aldrink to run the offense. Aldrink does have his right wrist, by the way, wrapped here tonight. He'll throw it across the floor, right wing to a driving Steffen. Down the left side of the lane, Steffen stops left block, kicks left corner onto Waller. And a whistle.
Looks like they're going to call foul here.
They're going to call kind of a foul. I didn't even hear the whistle as Coach Klein was asking for a call. They'll get Hendrickson on a push. That's his first in the 5th on the Bulldogs. Baseline left inbound here for Steffen and the Ducks.
Close carry that was missed there. They got lucky on it, grabbing that foul now, putting them up to 5, close to the bonus.
Left wing Bullhouse backing into the lane on Ryder Haight. Gave an up fake, feeds on to Baker. Baker is swatted by Hendrickson, but a foul called. And Luke Baker will go to the line here for the Ducks. That's foul 2 on Hendrickson. Tyson Mann will check in here for Quinton.
Yeah.
Aiden goes back to the line.
Yeah, no worries. We saw that. That was a great block there. I mean, I didn't see much contact on the arms there, but the refs may have seen something different. Put him in a line, put number 3, Luke Baker, to the line to be able to shoot here, and as we see, he's knocking down his free throws.
Yeah, we'll hit the first. He's got 8 now. One more coming up here for the junior, the leading scorer for Zeeland West. Right-hand free throw, good. He got them both. He now has 9. Hungerford on for Mann, and he'll take over the timeline. Halfway through the second, Grandville 23, Zeeland West 19. Left wing for Hungerford, defended by Aldrich. Force feeds the paint. Regneris turns against 2 defenders. Shot is blocked on the floor. Secured at the free throw line by a leaning Waller. To a side scrum after it. Held ball is called. Alternating possession goes Zeeland West way. 3:55 in the second. 23-19. Clamp will check back in for Zeeland West. It will be Aldrich taking...
No, it looks like it's going to be 3.
It'll be Baker taking a breather. Both Aldrich and Baker were coming over towards the coach. It'll be Baker going back to the bench for a rest here. And Zeeland West left to right across your radio dial takes it up with Miles Steffen inside the 3:50 mark of the second quarter. 23-19 Grandville.
Yeah, their Coach Klein over there is looking to get them a little bit adjusted to this.
Aldrich driving right-hand push shot. Hangs on the connector, will not fall, but a foul is called. And Aldrich will go to the line for a couple right here. Foul is on Stockwell, his second, now 7 on either team.
Yeah, way to get that up, way to put that up. It was so close to being that and 1. Couldn't get it just quite, but put him to the line to be able to shoot 2.
First one rattles out from Merritt Aldrich. Again, Aldrich, he's got offers on the board already from Eastern Michigan, Oakland, Toledo, and Western. He's visited kind of Big Ten level schools as well. Colin Hybor will check in, the sophomore for the Bulldogs for the first time tonight, as it will be Stockwell taking a seat with those 2 fouls. That's not a substitution that Coach Young wanted to have to make at this point in the game. He'll have to make it with some slight early foul trouble. Second free throw right down the hatch and good for Aldrich. He has 8. His team back within 1 score, 23-20.
Yep, he fixed up his first missed shot, put it in for a clean second shot.
Zeeland West goes to a 1-3-1 half-court trapping zone. Hybor feeding Regneris, poked out of bounds along the baseline by Aldrich. It will stay with Grandville baseline right. 3.5 to go second quarter, 23-20 Grandville. They look back to Coach Young for the call in here for the inbound play. It'll be Drew Hungerford to throw in here for the Bulldogs. Zeeland West now will settle things back down defensively. More man-to-man. Here is Tyson Mann in the right wing. Mann drives down the lane. Pull up from the free throw line. Good. 10 for Tyson Mann. He's been unbelievable in the pull-up game so far. He puts his team back up 5.
Inside that 3-point line on that pull-up is his groove tonight, and he's not being stopped.
Clamped handoff right corner for Steffen. Defended to the top of the key by Ryder Haight. Turns the shoulder, drives left block, spin move, floater short, rebound down to Steffen, put back off the window and good. Steffen sticks with it, he has 5, and Zeeland West back within 1 score.
Way to get that guy to jump over, way to grab that rebound back and put it back up to get that extra chance.
Back to the half-court trapping 1-3-1 zone right here. Mann feeds right wing for Hungerford, swung left corner to Hybor. The sophomore dribbles to his right, bounding into the lane. Up top, Hungerford split a pair of defenders, lost the handle, regathers, now ties up on the floor along with Bullhouse. Held ball is called, stays with Grandville on the alternating possession, and that's what that 1-3-1 does, just squeezes in. You think you split one pair of defenders, and it just gets in the perimeter, and it winds up nearly causing a turnover right there, but it does give up the possession arrow for the Bulldogs. Baseline right inbound coming up.
Something that I was not paying attention to, how close that score is getting. Zeeland's getting back up there after that little bit of a gain there from Grandville.
It was a quiet march back for sure. 3-point game now. Tyson Mann around a screen, top of the key. Fakes right, drives left, now takes it back out. Mann to the left wing for Hybor, the sophomore, defended by Bullhouse. Swings with 2 hands, right wing Hungerford into the corner for Tyson Mann. Back right wing Hungerford. Back to Mann, right corner, a whistle and a foul off the ball. It'll be a 1-1 for the Bulldogs here. Foul is on Merritt Aldrich. That is his second and the team's 8th, and it will send Regnerus to the line for a 1-1. Yant will check in here as Aldrink on that second foul will have to take a seat for the Ducks.
Yep, and that's something we talked about pregame. Foul trouble is going to get different matchups in there, and that's going to give a lot of space for some of these players.
First one is up for Regnerus, and good. He'll have another one coming. That's 6 now for Cam, the junior who joined us in our pregame show here today in this one. He's got one more at the line. Amazing, though, how physical it's been, how much has not been called, yet still how many fouls both these teams into the bonus already. First one up here for Regnerus. Off the connector, no good. Rebound is down to Miles Steffen. He grabbed 7 boards on Monday. He's on his way to that sort of number again tonight. Swings right wing for Waller. Up top for Bullhouse. Bullhouse left-hand feed, left wing for Clampt. Driving into the lane, cut off right elbow and kicks right corner for Waller. Waller swings top of the key on to Steffen, right corner Clampt, up top Bullhouse, drives down the right side, turns his back at the block, up top Waller with space 3, high arcing shot is down and good.
That was a great shot and great execution there by number 1 Waller, but number 11 there, Bullhouse, had that chance for a wide open layup. Obviously it went better for a 3-point shot, but
Zeeland West back within 1, 26-25. They're turning up the intensity on their 1-3-1 trap. Yant grabs and fouls Regnerus at the left block. That'll be the 9th on the team, and that will send Cam Regnerus to the stripe.
And it's crazy how quick that intensity can just die down there after one foul, one mess up. That intensity just goes away, and you got to rebuild it up.
That is Orion's 3rd foul, and then it'll bring Luke Baker now back on the floor as well. 1-1 at the line here for Cam Regnerus and the Bulldogs. He has 7 right now in this one. He has 6 right now in this one. Bends the knees, right-hand free throw, good for Cam. Splashes that one down. Grandville goes back up 2 with 96 seconds to go in the second quarter.
Yeah, great shot there. We'll see the second shot, and it's good.
Regnerus hits them both as he battles that one down. 28-25, Grandville, 90 seconds to go in the second. Left wing, Trevor Waller gave a shimmy, drives down the right side of the lane, cut off the block, up top, catch and shoot 3. Clampt off the connector, no. Skies for his own rebound. A little bit of contact, able to secure the board, and it stays with Zeeland West, top of the key to Waller. Waller to the left elbow, stopped by Hungerford. Right wing, catch and shoot 3. Miles Steffen, good. Over top of Ryder Hayton, the game is tied.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of catch and shoot here tonight. It's a quick, fast-paced game. Neither side's getting back before each other, and they're just grabbing that ball, shooting it when they have that opportunity.
Ducks back to the 1-3-1, and as a turnover as it's thrown away right side onto Bullhouse. Bullhouse then is run into and fouled. He will go to the line for a 1-1. Inside the final minute, all of the momentum back Zeeland West's way right now.
Yeah, I was just going to speak about that earlier. On one of the first shots on that free throw, number 4, Hungerford for the Bulldogs, and number 11, Bullhouse for the Ducks. We're getting into it there on the bottom, and we're going to see something from them, Taylor, I have a feeling.
Second foul on the Bulldogs, Drew Hungerford, 8th on the team. Bullhouse, left-hand free throw is good. And Zeeland West with their first lead since the very early portions of this ball game.
They're already getting very intense and very scrappy. A lot of hands are being thrown. Nothing too bad yet, but I'm excited to see what the second half brings with that.
Bullhouse splashes the second down. Grandville was inbounding the basketball. Zeeland West was in between deciding whether or not they were going to have players come on the floor or not as they were setting up their unit. Now we're back underway with Tyson Mann right to left. Inside the final minute of the first, Zeeland West has come back to take the lead. They again go half court, 1-3-1. Tyson carries over the timeline, and a timeout is called from Coach Young and the Grandville bench. The Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the city's rich sports history by honoring prominent West Michigan athletes and those who have contributed greatly to sports on a local, state, or national level. The GRS HOF also presents annual events in support of West Michigan athletics and raises funds to support local youth organizations and charities. Follow the Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame on Facebook and check out pictures and biographies of all 181 inductees at GRSHOF.com. Have you heard the exciting news that Michigan Basketball Academy and Storm Basketball have joined forces to bring you the best basketball experience in West Michigan? Tryouts will be held on March 12th. So for more information, visit MichiganBasketballAcademy.com. Final 52 seconds of the first half and a wild one. Nate Dreyer and Aiden Lynch with you here tonight on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. It's March on MGN, and I don't think we could ask for more fun of a game to open up our night so far, not even the halfway point.
Something we predicted but didn't predict is how close this would be. I mean, 2 points leading there for the Ducks, but it's just an insane game so far.
Zeeland West back to the 1-3-1. That's kind of changed the math on this game. Man backing to the top of the key. Followed over the left side now against the trapping zone. Hands off left wing for Hungerford. Hungerford curls free throw line, dribbles off his foot, rolls out of bounds, and it will go Zeeland West's way. It was close to almost touching Bullhouse. He's able to just get out of the way. Clampt will check in along with Aldrink right here as Zeeland West takes over with 36.5 and a 2-point lead. Likely we'll see if they wait for the final shot right here.
Yeah, and I'm assuming that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to hold on to that ball as long as they can till the end of the half so they can keep that lead that they have, because when you have that lead going into half, you have a lot more intensity coming out.
Grandville extending some of their man-to-man pressure right here. Over the timeline, Miles Steffen with 22. He is waiting for the final shot. 20 seconds and less in the second. 30-28 lead for Zeeland West. Steffen to the right corner, defended by Ryder Haight. He'll stay with him. Throws up top in front of the timeline to Bullhouse. Bullhouse with 8 seconds down the left side. Underhand handoff, Steffen left wing. Steffen banging into defensively there against Ryder Haight. Up top, Clamp steps around a pair of defenders, launches a long two at the horn. Rebound down to Baker, tries to force one up at the buzzer. Cannot get it to go, and that will do it for the first half. A wild back and forth first half contest for certain in this one. 30-28 is the Grandville, or the Zeeland West lead over Grandville at the break, and we welcome you into the Centennial Securities halftime show. Nate and Aiden with you. I mean, man, again, a wild first half. You saw the initial run, the first moments of the game go Zeeland West's way. Then Grandville goes on a big run. They have them doubled up 22-11 at one point in time. Zeeland West comes flying back. They lead at the half.
Yeah, and for them to come back like that shows a lot about these two teams. Both of them, both Grandville being able to get up that high and Zeeland West being able to get back and come back and grab that lead back. It's just something that you don't see much until you get to the OK Red and these type of games.
Oh yeah, it is going to be an unbelievable finish to this one. And by the way, it's only game 1 of 2 on the night. Cannot wait. Also Hudsonville and Jenison up next after this. All right, a lot more to get to here on the Centennial Securities halftime show. Do not go anywhere.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. It was warm and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly,
"You've got squirrels in your engine and they chew through the wiring."
and it was covered thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Michigan Sports Academies offers quality youth sports in Grand Rapids, Holland, and Muskegon. With a wide variety of programming, MSA has something for new athletes who are just starting out to experienced athletes looking to take their game to the next level. Year-round programming is offered in basketball, lacrosse, soccer, and volleyball. Your athlete will love the quality of instruction from experienced coaches and state-of-the-art facilities conveniently located in Grand Rapids and along the lakeshore. Check us out at MichiganSportsAcademies.com.
Don't just find yourself, make yourself. Start businesses, build bridges, save lives, raise a whole city. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
All right, everyone, welcome back here to Zeeland East and the Centennial Securities halftime show. Zeeland West leading Grandville 30-28 at the break. Let's go through your scoring recap from the first half for Zeeland West. They lead this one. Trevor Waller with 3 at the break. Luke Baker with 9. Steffen with 8. Bullhouse with 2. And Alderink with 8. Tyson Mann has 10. Logan Stockwell has 3. Ryder Haight 7. Cam Regner's 8 for the Bulldogs. That's kind of the first storyline. A little bit more balanced scoring for Zeeland West, but not a ton of depth of scoring really for either team. The main surprise, Ryder Haight was 7, one of Grandville's leaders right now offensively coming off the bench.
Yeah, no, and that's something that we're seeing here with Zeeland East. Zeeland West with having 5 scorers here, with Grandville only having 4. Both teams are getting those shots up, and we see a lot of different people getting shots up, so it's interesting to me what that percentage is looking at right now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been a fascinating game to watch. It's been a much different game than if you've been tuned into Grandville basketball on game night all year long. It has been a much different looking Grandville game than what they have played pretty much all year long in terms of the pace and the intensity in this game. A game that we saw a lot of fouls called, but yet there still was a lot of uncalled physicality on either side. These two teams were playing a very up-tempo, very physical type of basketball game, and you can only expect that to hit a new level at the half.
And I think that's something that the refs caught on to pretty early on. They started blowing those whistles, and then you heard those whistles drastically kind of go back. Once it was like a serious foul, they were called, but they can tell both these teams are playing the same. They're both playing with intensity, and they're kind of giving a little bit of leniency on both sides, which the coach gets happy with one side and the coach gets happy with the other side, and then you've got a bit of a knocking of heads going on.
Yeah, this is always traditionally, I would argue, right there for the most physical, maybe, district in West Michigan. Always, when you look at the teams here, I mean, you always know Hudsonville's here, West Ottawa, especially when Coach Windemuller was here, very slow, physical team. Jenison plays a really nasty style of basketball as well that can force their opponents into a lot of mistakes. Of course, that can be said for both these two teams as well. It's going to be a tough physical night. You have to win a physical game tonight. You're going to have to win a physical game Friday if you want to come away a district champion here. All right, a lot more still to get to. At the half, Zeeland West leads Grandville 30-28. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back in the Centennial Securities Halftime Show.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car. And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Need to replace that worn-out carpet or floor? Floor Coverings International makes it easy. They bring their mobile showroom to you. Save yourself the trip and gas shopping around. See a wide selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, and vinyl in the lighting of your own home. Go to floorcoveringsinternational.com today for your free consultation. Work with one team for a hassle-free experience from the quote to installation. And each Floor Coverings International business is independently owned and operated, so they are local business owners in our community. Floor Coverings International, the flooring store at your door.
Are you looking for a new career? Aetna Supply is hiring. Aetna Supply is Michigan's #1 plumber wholesaler, servicing local customers for over 50 years. They offer great benefits, a 401k with company match, quarterly bonuses, and no Sundays. Once again, check them out at aetnasupply.com/careers or click on their logo on the Michigan Sports Radio homepage.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your #1 personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
All right, welcome back to Zeeland West. Nate Dreyer with you. I'll be rejoined by Aiden Lynch here in just a moment as we wrap up our Centennial Securities halftime show. 30-28, a very, very thrilling and wild first half of play in this one. Grandville had a lead as big as 22-11 at one point in time. Zeeland West came flying back down the stretch in that first half of play. And out of that, Grandville now trails by just 2 at the break as both teams are getting up their final 90 seconds here of warm-ups before we will get the second half of play back underway. It is March on MGN, and man, what a start to March. We've already had some incredible games. Of course, that Jenison upset thriller over Hudsonville on Friday on the girls' side that kind of opened up our playoff coverage. A good one Monday night as Grandville was able to hold off Holland down the stretch in that one, and now one of the more intense games we've seen all year here on game night, wrapping up our, or starting off, I should say, our coverage of this evening's festivities, as we're right in the middle of our District 11 coverage. We'll be right back here on Friday night for the district championship game. We've got the second half of tonight's contest as well, as you'll see Jenison and Hudsonville in game 2 tonight. Also, that'll be coming up in just a bit. Both teams are back to their benches, and we are just about ready to go. Grandville in the traveling maroon uniforms. Numbers are in gray, trimmed in black and gray trimming down the side for the Bulldogs. Zeeland West in the home whites, gold trimming down the side. Numbers and lettering are in green, trimmed in a bit of gold. What a second half this is going to be. The intensity is certainly going to be through the roof, as if it already wasn't through the roof in that first half. A physical, tough basketball game. Who will have the edge? Same lineups that opened the game, open the second half. Tyson Mann, Quentin Hendrickson, Drew Hungerford, Logan Stockwell, Cam Ragnaris is the Bulldogs unit. Zeeland West to bring out Clampt, Baker, Steffen, Bullhouse, and Merritt Aldrink here as they will get the ball to open the second half. Zeeland West goes right to left across your radio dial with a 2-point lead. Bullhouse will throw this one on into Steffen, and we're underway. Steffen throws left side to Bullhouse. Left corner, Clamp, defended by Tyson Mann. Jumping pass down left block to a leaping Aldrink. Turns the shoulder on Stockwell. Leaning left-hand shot is good. 10 points for now for Aldrink, and Zeeland West up 4.
Aldrink starting off the second half just like he started off the first half. I'm excited to see how many points he racks up tonight.
Mann into the right wing, crossing down the lane, whips the hands free, scores off the window. 12 for Tyson Mann. A very nice finish from the Bulldogs senior to get back within 2. Clamp left wing, Zeeland West pushing the pace. Bullhouse to the top of the key, swings right wing to Aldrink. Stares at the basket, turns the back, right elbow, leaner in the lane, off the window, no good. Reaching rebound down to Ragnaris. Grandville can tie or take the lead here. 45 seconds off the third quarter clock. 32-30 Zeeland West. Handoff, right wing Hendrickson. Dribbles inside, pass to the left wing. Catch and shoot 3. Stockwell, good. Grandville back on top.
And what a show up for Grandville here tonight. Coming back in the second half and starting it off strong.
The extra pass gets the wide open man. Stockwell, he's able to convert. He has 6, and Grandville leads by 1, 33-32. First minute gone in this third quarter. Bullhouse able to feed one as it was tipped down to the right side. On to Clamp, top of the key. Merritt Aldrink to restart the offense, calling out the play. 24 in white, the 6'7 junior. Backing down the middle of the lane. Lost the handle, poked out of there by Mann. Mann is tackled by Aldrink as he was leaning down onto the floor, got a piece of the foot. It's secured by Zeeland West, top of the key, thrown right side on to Steffen, and then he is grabbed and fouled. I mean, Tyson Mann's going to have a gripe certainly about that one.
Oh yeah, he is going to have a great gripe about that one, and as much as he deserves, he has the right, every right to gripe about that.
By the way, that foul was the third on Hungerford on that grab. First on the Bulldogs this half. Bullhouse in between the rings here for Aldrink. Hand off for Clamp, top of the key. Drives down the right side, cut off right elbow by Mann. Swings right side onto Bullhouse. Bullhouse across the key, backing into Mann, left elbow. Cut off and feeds in between the rings onto Clamp to reset the offense. Two-hand pass, right wing onto Steffen. Steffen blows down the left side of the lane, got tripped up by Hungerford. He might want a foul call there, and he'll throw it away to Tyson Mann. So I guess all things even at the end of that possession as Tyson Mann will take it back. 2 minutes gone in the third, 33-32.
Close to a travel there as well. Surprised that whistle wasn't blown.
Man to the top of the key. Screen set by Ragnaris. Tyson denies it. Pull-up shot. Left elbow is good. Tyson Mann from 15 feet again, and Grandville leads by 3.
Now we're on alternate sides of the court. He could do it on this end. Now he's showing he can do it on the other end.
Merritt Aldrink in the left wing. Turning into Hendrickson, and a foul is called on Hendrickson on the hand checking. A lot more whistles, I think, more the pace of the start of the first half of play right now to open this one again. That grab on Hendrickson is his third, so Grandville in some foul trouble right now. 3 on Hungerford and 3 on Hendrickson right now.
And to be honest, that wasn't as much as a obvious foul as some of the other ones we saw in the first half, so I'm excited to see what's going on.
Lob into the paint, goes nowhere. Tyson Mann runs to it and comes away with the steal. Mann, Euro step to the basket, floater off the connector, no. Fight for the rebound, spiked up top and secured by Hendrickson. He'll drive in the lane, jump pass, Regnerus skies and jams with 2 hands. 10 points for Cam Regnerus, and Grandville leads 37-32. Great start for them in the second half. They have a 7-point advantage so far this half. Coach Klein wants a timeout. He'll get it. 5:15 in the third. What a start for the Bulldogs in the third. We'll be right back.
Looking for a great place to buy a used truck or car? Check out Extreme Truck and Auto Center, located at 1098 O'Malley Drive in Coopersville. They have a huge selection of trucks, cars, vans, and SUVs. Stop by their lot or give them a call at 616-384-3777. You can check out their inventory at xtacenter.com.
All right, welcome back. Big 9-2 run for Grandville to start the third quarter of this one. They lead at 37-32 with 5:15 in the third. Coach Klein has just taken and is breaking his team out of a timeout off of that run. Nate Dreyer, Ian Lynch with you here on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. It's March on MGN, the District 11 semifinal, first of 2 in doubleheader coverage here tonight. Zeeland West, right to left across the radio dial. They have the basketball. Miles Steffen going to slow things down a little bit with a left palm outstretched. Right wing for Bullhouse. Bullhouse peering up top for Steffen. Steffen bounding into the lane, floater, no good off the connector, fight for the rebound. Bullhouse has it, poked out of bounds. Last touched by Bullhouse. Grandville takes over. 3 minutes gone in the third, 37-32.
Yeah, that's a great job by them to try to get that ball off of Zeeland, and they did just that.
Tyson Mann to the top of the key. Zeeland going back to that 1-3-1 half-court zone right here. Mann stops left wing against the zone. Throws right corner to Hungerford. Hungerford back left side for Mann. Mann, deep left wing 3. Rattles out, and the rebound is down to Aldrich. He kind of lost the handle. It was settled down by Steffen along the end line, and Steffen will throw it top of the key here on the Bullhouse. Right wing for Aldrich. Up fake, defended here by Stockwell, backing to the right elbow. Aldrich turns in the lane, handoff for Baker, power dribble, right-hand shot, swatted beyond the three-point line by Regnerus on the clamp, jump pass, left corner, catch and shoot 3, Steffen, off the back iron, no good, leaping rebound to Mann, stolen by Bullhouse, but a foul was called on the stolen rebound. 4:17 in the third, first foul of the half on Zeeland West, second on Bullhouse. Grandville takes over, 37-32, their lead.
A call that a lot of Zeeland West fans are not very happy about. We're getting into this one.
Tyson Mann left to right over the timeline. Zeeland West sets up the 1-3-1 zone again here in the half court. Left wing Mann. Defending it here, or working against the defense of the zone. Swings right wing Hendrickson. Back to Mann. Left wing with space 3. Off the front rim, no good for Tyson Mann. And the rebound taken down by Steffen the Ducks. Couple open looks, not going for Tyson to start this second half of play. Merritt Aldrich to the top of the key. Putting a stutter step move on to the free throw line. Turning ball poked out by Stockwell. Regathered by Aldrich. Reaching left-hand shot, strong off the window. But a foul is called that will send Aldrich to the line for 2. That is the third foul on Stockwell. 3 on Hendrickson. 3 on Hungerford, 3 on Stockwell. Third on the team as well. Some real foul trouble looming for the Grandville backcourt right now.
Yeah, and that's where we're going to see where they're no longer going to be 6 deep. They have no choice. And great job by Aldrich for grabbing that foul and being able to draw that.
Aldrich now at 11. Waller and Yant will check in here for the Ducks as Baker and Bullhouse take a seat. Coach Young has not made any substitutions as of yet for the Bulldogs. A 37-34 game. One more at the line right here for the lefty Aldrich. It's up. No good off the front rim. What a rebound by Tyson Mann, jumping over top of Yant to settle it down. And the Grandville guard will set up his offense against the zone. Mann, jump stop, right corner. Up fake from Stockwell. Up fakes again. Let the defender go by. Kicks around left wing for Hendrickson. Skip pass up top, Hungerford. Reaching pass, left elbow. Floater from Regnerus. Misses everything short. Rebound out of bounds. It was off of Regnerus. And Zeeland West takes over. 3.5 in the third. 37-33 Grandville.
Yeah, and a lot of the players are getting in their heads right now. 2 players jumping easily on that fake.
Waller down the right side of the lane, spins, floater, over top of Hungerford is good. 5 for Waller, 2-point game.
Shots aren't dropping as well for Grandville right now, and Zeeland's getting back into the pace. We got to get back into it for Grandville.
Hendrickson to the top of the key, throws right side for Tyson Mann, working against the 1-3-1 zone here. Mann facing up, throws left side, Hendrickson to the left elbow. Regneris, left corner, 3 for Stockwell, falls short on a high arcing shot off the front rim. Waller the rebound of the push here for Zeeland West. They can tie or take the lead with 2:50 in the third. Jump pass to Yant, turning into the paint. Works a spin move on Stockwell. Right-hand shot is good. Orion Yant on the board for the first time. We're knotted at 37. 2:40 in the third. Game of runs continues.
Yep.
Now Coach Young wants a timeout. He'll get the timeout. It's not too late to apply for admission at Ferris State University, and you have to make sure you sign up for orientation. Ferris State also offers summer camps in all sports. Check them out at ferris.edu. Golf Emporium has a surplus of golf bags. Anyone who mentions Michigan Sports Radio will receive a $35 off any golf bag. Also remember, Scott Bates is your local Grandville, Jenison, and Hudsonville Farmers Insurance agent, and is a great longtime supporter of Game Night and offers business insurance, auto, homeowners coverage, and more. Give Scott a call today at 616-531-3441 or stop in the agency located at 3181 Prairie Street, Southwest in Grandville. And of course, Scott, our presenting sponsor, along with Centennial Securities, and our presenting sponsor of the Bates Agency pre- and post-game show. Centennial Securities presents our Player of the Game award that is certainly far, far, far from being settled in this one, just like this game. Knotted at 37 here as we're working our way through a high-intensity back-and-forth third quarter and back-and-forth basketball game.
Yeah, that Player of the Game is being battled out right now, even though they don't know it. It is a great battle for that there, as well as a battle at the line. Both teams getting to get those free throws in, but not as much as behind the three-point line.
Man down the right side of the lane, outside of the timeout. Right wing for Hendrickson. Right corner to Ryder Haight. Stares at the basket, feeds right wing for Tyson Mann. Working against the zone. Lobs left side on to Hendrickson. Hendrickson, skip past Tyson Mann right side. Zone moves on to him. Left wing whip pass to Hendrickson. To the left elbow for Regneris. Left wing, catch and shoot 3. Hendrickson rolls out, did a 360, would not fall. Rebound grab by Steffen. He lost the handle. He and Stockwell go blowing down onto the floor after the ball. Steffen regathers and throws over the timeline. Down low for Yant, fouled by Mann on the shot, and that'll send Orion Yant to the line for 2. 1:59 in the third, fourth team foul of the half on the Bulldogs, and that is the first foul on Tyson Mann, really the lone Bulldog guard not in foul trouble in this one.
Yeah, way to grab that foul there for number 15, Yant. He was going to go up strong with it, and he just grabbed that foul, making him able to go to the line to shoot 2.
Unable to hit the first. Bolhouse will check in here for Clamped. Also, we'll see Luke Baker come back in for Zeeland West. It'll be Alderink taking a seat right here as their terrific juniors. Third-year juniors will swap out for each other. Alderink the leading scorer for West right now with 11 in this one. Mann leads all scorers with 14. One more for Yant to take the lead back. Falls short off the front rim. Rebound spiked to the corner. Settled down by Waller and the Ducks. Right wing, Steffen into the lane. Right corner, catch and shoot 3 for Baker. Rolls home good.
And that would not have been made possible without grabbing that rebound, quick chucking it out and grabbing it to that easy wide open corner.
12 for Baker. Zeeland West leads by 2. Mann left side for Hendrickson, working against the trapping zone. To the free throw line, Regneris, whip pass, left side, catch and shoot 3. Hendrickson is good. An answer from Quentin Hendrickson. His first points of the game, and Grandville leads by 1, 40-39 with 90 seconds in the third. Back and forth we go.
Hendrickson responding to Baker's 3, and he's responding very well.
Baker right wing defended by Regneris, bounding into the lane, up fake, feeds left wing on a high pass to Steffen. Steffen drives, left block, floater off the back iron, no, grabs his own rebound, reaching, put back short, rebound down to Tyson Mann. Mann is stopped and fouled in the backcourt by a reaching Trevor Waller. He gave a little bit of a nod afterwards. That'll be the second foul of the half on Zeeland West and the first on Waller. 1:07 in the third, 40-39 Grandville. Tyson Mann around the Grandville offense here. Zeeland West back to that trapping half-court zone right here.
We're seeing a lot of different defenses from both of these teams.
Right wing Hendrickson stops, high lollipop pass left wing for Mann. Mann bounding into Waller, stops left, pull-up shot from 19 feet off the glass, goes no good for Mann. Rebound taken down by Steffen and Zeeland West. They trail by 41 seconds. Bolhouse will back it out in front of the timeline, feeding left side to Steffen. He'll back it to the timeline. It looks like Zeeland West might be waiting for the final shot right here of the third quarter as we go inside 30 seconds in the third. Grandville by 1. Bolhouse down the right side, defended by Ryder Haight. Handoff for Steffen. Steffen with 8 in this game. Baker left side, the leading scorer for the Ducks with 12. Waller to the right wing, 15 seconds, top of the key, back to Steffen. Defended here by a reaching Ryder Haight. They whistle Haight for the foul. 11.6 in the third. 5th of the half on the Bulldogs, the 2nd on Haight. Merritt Aldrink will check in here for Zeeland West. Yant will check out. Right side inbound coming up for the Ducks from Waller.
This is going to be interesting with just 11 seconds left, what they're going to do here.
Waller inbounds into the backcourt to Steffen. Right to left, he'll take it over the timeline. Right corner for Bolhouse. Bolhouse up top for Aldrink with 5. Aldrink defended down the right side of the lane by Regnerus. Leaner over top of Cam, too strong. Rebound is poked up, high off the glass, no good. That was nearly a terrific putback for Zeeland West out of the scrum, and we're through 3. Grandville by 1, 40-39. I know you're not going anywhere, but nobody go anywhere. We've got an unbelievable finish coming up.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. It was warm and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly,
"You've got squirrels in your engine and they chew through the wiring."
and it was covered thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
All right, final quarter of play in the final quarter of someone's season. Grandville leading Zeeland West 40-39 to the final 8 minutes. Zeeland West back to the trapping zone. Hendrickson lobs left side to Tyson Mann. Mann working against the trap, skips right side for Hendrickson. Fakes right, feeds down free throw line to Regnerus, poked out of there by Aldrink, stolen by Bolhouse, and it will be Miles Steffen on the run, right corner for Aldrink. Aldrink defended by Regnerus on the perimeter, up top for Waller. Waller left wing, Bolhouse, right side for Aldrink. The big man hands off left wing for Waller. Stutter step, drives in the lane, leaning shot over top of Ryder Haight. And a foul is called on Ryder. That will be his third. Put one more Grandville guard into foul trouble. 6th on the team, and a real problem brewing right now for Grandville in their backcourt.
That's something that we don't want to see right now. With this close of a game, and you've got players in foul trouble, those fouls at the end of the game, they're not going to be there.
Waller ties the game at 40 with the first. The senior with one more coming up. Where's number 1 in white? Bends the knees, right hand free throw. Too strong, rebound down to Hungerford. We are tied at 40. Left to right over the timeline, Tyson Mann to run the Grandville attack. Mann, right side for Hungerford, working against the 1-3-1. Right corner for Ryder Haight. Feeds down low, Regnerus turns in the lane, skies, and lays it in with two hands to put Grandville back on top, 42-40. First minute gone in the final frame.
Using his height to his advantage very well right there.
Waller to the top of the key, spinning into the lane, defended by Tyson Mann. Ball fake, turning on a fader. No good, rebound spike to the corner, settled down by Aldrink. Leaner in the lane is good. Aldrink skies and scores. He has 13 and knots the game at 42.
West showing back up here in the fourth quarter, as well as Grandville. Both of them back in their groove.
Mann against the zone, reaching pass to the top of the key to Hendrickson. Left wing for Mann, left corner. Haight with space, launches a three, good! 3 threes for Ryder Haight.
That is something that we hadn't predicted at the beginning. As I said earlier, you got some smaller players coming out of that zone.
Grandville by 3. Aldrink, left-hand hook shot, strong. Rebound secured by a turning Baker. Left wing for Waller. Drives down the left baseline on man. Jump pass up top for Aldrink. Swung to Steffen, now left corner to Baker. Baker up top, in between the rings to Merritt Aldrink to reset the offense. 2 minutes gone in the fourth. Grandville by 3. Bullhouse defended by Haight, reaching. Zeeland West wanted a foul. Steffen drives the lane, jump pass, right corner, catch and shoot 3. Aldrink off the back iron, no. Leaping rebound down to man, sent down to the floor, foul called. Third of the half on Zeeland West. 5:52 in the fourth. Grandville by 3. That is the third foul on Trenton Bullhouse.
Foul trouble again. They're just adding and adding more players.
Man to the free throw line, Regnerus on a push pass. Regnerus, right wing Hungerford, right corner, catch and shoot 3. With space, Hendrickson, splash!
Back-to-back threes here for Grandville tonight.
Grandville by 6 with 5.5 in the fourth. Steffen down the left side of the lane, fouled by Hendrickson. And that will be 4 on the Grandville senior, and it will send the Ducks to the line for a 1-and-1 right here. It will be Steffen going to the line. Stockwell, one of the Bulldogs in foul trouble, will check in here for Hendrickson. That continues to be the looming battle for the Bulldogs. Fouls 7-3 right now in the second half, and it will be Steffen at the line. The lanky junior guard bends the knees, right-hand free throw, good. He has 9. It's a 43-48 game. He's got one more coming up at the line on the second half of the 1-and-1.
Both coaches are very into this right now because they know one mistake, one foul can screw them over for the rest of the night.
Second free throw rattles home for Steffen. 48-44 game. Tyson Mann up the left side of the floor with 5.5 to go in the fourth. Grandville leads by 4. Handoff, Ryder Haight top of the key. Zeeland West back to more of a man-to-man look defensively. Hungerford down the left side, curls in the corner, feeds free throw line to Regnerus. Up top for Tyson Mann. Mann right side for Stockwell. Stockwell right corner, Ryder Haight now. Stockwell swings left wing for Tyson Mann. Mann to the right wing for Haight. Right corner, catch and shoot 3. Stockwell off the connector, no. Leaping rebound down to Steffen. Right to left, he'll take it here for the Ducks. 3 minutes gone, fourth corner. Push pass, left corner for Aldrink. Whip pass, swung around, clamp top of the key. Handoff right wing for Bullhouse. Bullhouse down the left side of the lane, turns the back left block on Hungerford, feeds up top for Steffen, spinning on Haight, up top for Clamp, up fake, dribble drive down the right side, turns the back right block, feeds left side onto Steffen. Steffen drives on Haight, floater's good.
Way to get that drive in, way to use and assert your dominance and get up to that rim.
Zeeland West back within 2, 4.5 to go in the fourth. Tyson Mann in the left wing, defended here. Up top, walks around a screen, launches a 3, good. More for Tyson Mann, he has 17. It's 51-46 Grandville, 4:15 in the fourth.
Mann really decided to show up here tonight, and it's showing off.
Steffen backing into Hungerford, turns, pivots, floater, short, but a foul. 8th team foul on the Bulldogs. They're gonna get Stockwell on the call. No, so they're going to get Hungerford. I beg your pardon. They get Hungerford on the call. His 4th. So another Bulldog to 4 fouls right here. Yant set to check in for Zeeland West as Steffen goes to the line.
They got to be really careful here with their fouls. When they're at 4, it could really mess something up.
First one rattles home. Got the friendly touch for Steffen. He's 13 now. It's Yant in for Baker here. 4:06 in the fourth, 51-47 Grandville. One more at the line for Steffen. Free throw up, rattles out, no good. Rebound on to Aldrink, put back strong. Second board is grabbed by Regnerus.
Very close shot there by Aldrink. Way to get that rebound and give yourself a chance.
Tyson Mann defended by Bullhouse, top of the key. Zeeland West back to a man-to-man defensive look. Mann drives into the lane, whips the hands free. Left-hand layup strong. Rebound spike to the corner, settled down by Bullhouse, and a foul is called. Did they get Hungerford for that? They did. It's on Hungerford, and he's done for the night. Drew Hungerford has fouled out with 3:47 to go in the fourth. 9th foul on the Bulldogs. Fouls 9-3 right now in the fourth quarter, and Drew Hungerford is done for the night. It'll be Bullhouse at the line for a 1-and-1.
That's a crazy turn of events there. Let's hope it's not his last going on the bench of the season of his career.
Terrific senior Hungerford goes to the benches. Hybor, the sophomore, will come in his place. Coach Young wanted to go as many seniors as possible down the stretch. Left-hand free throw. Bullhouse is good. He'll have one more coming up. Zeeland West gets within 3 with 3:47 in the fourth.
Looks like they'll get a sub in here.
Waller will come in here for Clampt. One more at the line for Bullhouse. Where's number 11 in white, the lefty shooter. Offsets the left foot just in front of the right. Dribbles in rhythm. Free throw up and good. Bullhouse got them both. He has 4. It's a 2-point game with 3:45 in the fourth.
And we've seen it a lot here tonight. 2 points doesn't mean much in this game.
Man backing into the lane, lost the handle on the floor, taken by Steffen and thrown on for Waller. Grandville faithful want to travel. Zeeland West able to settle it down. Left corner, catch and shoot 3. Bullhouse misses it all strong. Rebound out of bounds will go Grandville's way. Zeeland West student section saying it may have last been tipped by a man. Ruled last off of Zeeland West, and Grandville will take it. 3:25 in the fourth, 51-49.
Did look like Grandville might have gotten a small piece of it at the end, but not enough to overturn anything.
Stockwell, right corner for Mann. Tries to feed Regner. She's able to reach out the right block to take it. Throws a pass, left corner looking for Hybor. Out of bounds on the miscommunication, and it will go Zeeland West's way. 3:11 in the fourth, 51-49 Grandville. Some big momentum for Zeeland West since we saw Drew Hungerford foul out.
These mistakes are really starting to show up, and they're not looking good here as the game comes to a close.
Steffen down the left side of the lane, stops the block, up top Aldrink, swung right corner for Waller. Defended tightly here by Haight, up top for Aldrink. On the weave, handoff for Steffen, fakes right, drives left, feeds with a high pass, left corner for Aldrink. Aldrink stutters into the lane, gave a shimmy, gave a shoulder, leaning shot over top of Regneris, no good. Fight for the rebound.
Ooh.
Tie-up is called, and a bit of an altercation between Yant and, was that Haight that started scrapping with him? Alternating possession will stay on this side of the floor with Zeeland West. 2:39 in the fourth, 51-49. Hybor checks out. Hendrickson, who has 4 fouls, checks back in.
And that's something we both knew we'd see tonight, and it's starting to come here as things are close with 2:39 remaining.
Steffen, left corner, defended by Mann. A foul off the ball on the Bulldogs. It's on Stockwell. And that'll be 2 coming up at the line into the double bonus. That's 4 fouls on Stockwell. Yant at the line, and the foul trouble stacking up for Grandville, who is clinging to a 2-point lead right now, and they send the junior 6'4" forward Yant to the line.
He has a chance to tie it up and really make a difference to this game.
First free throw off the connector, no.
Starting to hear something from Grandville student section now.
One more here for Yant. Missed them both off the connector, no, but Waller paddles the rebound out right side to Aldrink. Aldrink blows into the lane, left-hand floater is good. He has 15, we are tied at 51.
Way to get that tip off. If he hadn't got that tip, we wouldn't have been where we are right now.
Quentin Hendrickson, top of the key, stops free throw line, turning, handoff Tyson Mann to the left wing, defended by Waller. 2:13 in the fourth, tied at 51. Screen from Regneris, Mann into the lane, bounding, right-hand shot, good, but a foul is going to be called on the floor before the shot on Waller. Second on Waller, the 4th of the team on the half, 10 fouls on Grandville, 4 on Zeeland West. Baker will check in here for Yant.
It's starting to get really heavy here with 2:07 remaining. We're tied up. Both teams are very upset right now.
Hendrickson to the free throw line, hounded defensively by Steffen. Left wing, Haight, right side, back on Hendrickson. Handoff for Tyson Mann to the top of the key. He'll drop it left wing for Regneris. Back Mann in between the circles with 1:54. Tied at 51. Mann will back it out. Regneris will set the screen. Mann, step back 3, top of the key. Off the front rim, no. Rebound to Aldrink.
Close to being a foul there, backed off in time.
51-51, 1:35 in the fourth. Aldrink crossing into the lane, jump stop, leaner over top of Regneris is good. Zeeland West back on top, 17 for Aldrink. 90 seconds and less to go. Man, right wing for Hendrickson. Hendrickson, step back top of the key, on for Haight. Haight, left wing for Hendrickson. Hendrickson lost the handle and regathers up top for Regnerus, now on for Mann. Curling around the screen, Mann down the middle of the lane. Left-hand shot, good, and a foul. The left-hand shot from Mann, reaching and scoring. He has 19 and can put the Bulldogs back up at the stripe. Foul is on Bullhouse, that's 4.
That foul is so crucial right now. Being able to put that in, he has an extra shot to put it back up by 1. That could mean and make or break this game.
Free throw for Tyson, good. Grandville back on top, 54-53. Full timeout from Coach Young. Centennial Securities is a community service-focused, locally owned investment firm with strong Midwestern values. Since the day they opened their doors in 1978, they have and will continue to recognize that it's not prudent to take a one-size-fits-all approach to investing. Check out Centennial Securities online at centennialsec.com. We'll welcome you back courtside here. Nate and Aiden with you. Oh my goodness. Grandville 54, Zeeland West 53. Maybe the game of the year, and this is going to be a heck of a finish, Aiden.
As you just saw, this is such an intense game. My hair was literally sticking up. This is crazy. 54-53. 1 point between these two teams, and a foul that could have just made or break this game. It's crazy on both ends.
Yeah, fouls in the second half, like we've mentioned. I mean, that's been the main talking point. Grandville, I mean, the foul trouble that's looming. Hungerford already out. A couple Bulldogs, including Stockwell, the Bulldogs' best wing defender right now with 4 fouls. 10 on the team, so Zeeland West in the double bonus the rest of the way. The Ducks still have a couple fouls to give right now down the stretch in this one. 1:10 to go in the fourth. Grandville 54, Zeeland West 53. Grandville has one full timeout, 1 30-second timeout remaining. Coach Klein has 3 full timeouts remaining still. The Ducks right to left across the radio dial will take it here. Bullhouse will throw in to Steffen.
We have seen a fast-paced game, but I have a feeling here towards the end it's going to be a little slow, trying to get both these teams to have a chance.
Steffen, handoff left wing for Baker. Drops it top of the key, Alderink. Backing into the lane, reaching shot around Regnerus. Strong, but a foul. And 2 at the line coming up from Merritt Alderink.
And just like we had said, Regnerus and Alderink going at it. They're both getting into each other, and that's something we both knew we would see tonight, and it's coming here.
That is 2 on.
We just get under a 1 minute.
That's 2 on Cam Regnerus. Here's Alderink at the line. First free throw from the lefty, good. He ties the game. He has 18 now with 54 seconds to go. We're tied at 54. 1 more for 24 and White here.
Another free throw that, again, could make or break this game.
Merritt Alderink at the stripe here for the Ducks. Left foot offset in front of the right for the big lefty. Bends the knees, flicks it up. Off the connector, no. Rebound secured by Bullhouse. Zeeland West keeps the possession tied inside 50 seconds to go. Steffen will back it out. Now he'll drive on Mann. Kicks left corner for Baker. Baker between a couple of defenders up top for Alderink. They're holding for the final shot. Zeeland West is going to hold for the final shot. 54-54, final 30 seconds. Are we going to overtime, or are the Ducks going to walk it off?
Could we see a Brant Goodpasser at Coopersville here tonight?
In front of the timeline. Alderink with 19 seconds. Remember, timeout still 3 remaining for Coach Klein. Alderink dribbles to the near side with 14 seconds. Tied at 54. 11 seconds to go. Defended by Logan Stockwell. Alderink up the left side of the floor. Bounding into the lane. Stops left elbow. Fading with 8. Rebound. No good on the shot down to Hendrickson. Flings it 3/4 of the court. It got tipped. We're going to overtime.
Wait.
Was there a timeout called from Coach Young? I believe they're going to say there was. The officials are going to come over and talk about it. It looks like Grandville's getting a possession. Yes, timeout from Grandville. So they get the timeout called in time. And now, Aiden, we get a chance to set this up. First off, let's go back to Merritt Alderink. They put him ISO. Kind of forced that one with 5 seconds, you have to say.
Yeah, I think that was very forced. However, what a great job by Grandville for getting that ball and quickly calling that timeout.
All right, 1.5 seconds on the clock. They're trying to figure out where this ball is going to be inbounded from. So what was happening is you had Hendrickson at half kind of throwing the ball up. Grandville's coaching staff was waiting as long as possible to try to get it over half on the timeout for the inbound. It looks like the ball is going to be inbounded far side in the backcourt. So Grandville will have to throw in from the backcourt about 5 feet in front of the half-court line right here. 1.5 in the fourth.
That's a call that could make this game something that will change these teams. And it looks like they're still discussing it. They might not just give it to Grandville.
Yeah, the Zeeland West coaches were arguing their point for quite a bit right there.
Looks like they will tell them that it will be going to Grandville, and that's their final decision.
1.5 in the fourth. Grandville backcourt inbound on the left side with 1.5 and a tie game at 54. They will get one last drawn-up play here on the heave. Stockwell to throw in for the Bulldogs. Keep an eye on Mann and Regniero's top of the key here. Stockwell to throw in, gets the ball from the official. Lobs half court to Mann. He'll heave it from half for the win. Misses it short. We're going to overtime. 54-54. And as if this one wasn't good enough, we go to overtime. An unbelievable finish. And put some time back up on the board. Hudsonville, Jenison, you gotta wait. What a final stretch to this one. And the intensity is only going to pick up. We go to OT as Grandville and Zeeland West look to save their seasons.
There's two things that I have that have come out of this. One, did you expect us to go to overtime like this?
Right.
And two, I mean, they had scheduled the Jenison game at 7:30, so it kind of helps us out a little bit.
It works out well.
But what an intense game. But you have to take into account, we've got foul trouble. Overtime, that's an extra quarter. That might be trouble for both sides. They've already got one bench player after he got out.
Yeah, Drew Hungerford already out for Grandville, and that's the big talking point right now for the Bulldogs. They are in a little bit bigger foul trouble. There's foul trouble for both teams. Look at, Yant and Bullhouse also fighting it for Zeeland West, but Grandville, essentially their entire backcourt outside of Tyson Mann right now are fighting foul trouble down the stretch in this game, so that's going to be certainly something to watch. 4 minutes left in one of these two teams' seasons. Declan Clampt will check in out of the break for Zeeland West right here.
Let's just take a look at some points here right now. Mann racking it up for Grandville and Aldrink racking it up for Zeeland West. These are two that we're going to want to watch in this fifth quarter, I guess you could say.
20 for Tyson Mann, 18 for Merritt Aldrink. MGN color analyst Chandler Timmer weighs in to me. What a game. Thank you for the insight, CT. 4 minutes up on the board. Left to right go the Bulldogs. Right to left go the Ducks. Aldrink wins the tip back, and Zeeland West will start the first possession of the overtime.
Here we go. This ought to be a great finish here. Could we go into double overtime?
Stefan, it's possible. Up top for Aldrink. Aldrink lost and regathers the handle, throws with two hands right wing to Waller with 3:41. Up top for Clampt. Drives down the right side of the lane. Right hand shot off the window, misses short, and the rebound is taken down here by Hendrickson and the Bulldogs. He will slow it down for Grandville. 30 seconds off the clock. Zeeland West back to the 1-3-1 here. Mann.
Yeah.
Mann left wing. Stops, looked at the basket with a little bit of space. He'll drop off behind himself to a curling rider. Haight in front of the timeline. 3:15 in overtime. Haight, right wing, Hendrickson. Hendrickson facing up against the zone. Skips left side on to Tyson Mann. Mann walking into the trap, split a pair of defenders, drives the lane, floater, good! 22 for Tyson Mann. What a job by the Bulldogs senior to put his team back on top, 56-54.
Job's not finished, 2:51 remaining. Let's see what West can do to come back.
Aldrink right corner for Stefan. Stefan drives to the free throw line, turns the shoulder on Mann, reverses in the lane, floater, strong, rebound to a leaping rider, Haight. 2.5 in the overtime period, 56-54, Grandville's lead.
Something we saw in the game, Grandville not controlling as many rebounds as Zeeland West. Now they're trying to come back with that.
They stay in the 1-3-1 zone. Left wing Mann to the corner. Stockwell with space. High arcing three. Off the connector, no. Leaping rebound down to Waller. 56-54 Grandville. 2:18 in overtime. Right wing for Stefan. Right corner for Aldering, defended by Regneris. The left-hand dribble, drops a handoff for Clampt. Clampt drives down the right side, cut off at the elbow. Left wing, feed on to Aldering, spins in the lane, left-hand floater, no. Rebound, Baker, reaching, put back, good. And a timeout from the Zeeland West bench. Baker with 14. We're tied at 56, I should say, with 1:58 to go. Scott Bates is your local Grandville, Jenison, and Hudsonville Farmers Insurance agent and is a great longtime supporter of game night and offers business insurance, auto, homeowners coverage, and more. Give Scott a call today at 616-531-3441 or stop into the agency located at 3181 Prairie Street Southwest in Grandville. Zeeland West with 3 full timeouts in the overtime period. Grandville with 1 full timeout, 1:32 timeout remaining. Tyson Mann leads all scorers. He has 22. Cam Regneris next for the Bulldogs with 12. Ryder Haight with 10. Stockwell and Hendrickson each with 6. Alderink's 18 points, leading Zeeland West right now. Luke Baker with 14. Miles Steffen with 13. Bullhouse with 4. Yant with 2. Also Waller in there with 6.
56-56. I was kind of joking about double overtime, but I'm kind of starting to think that it's more and more possible.
Well, mostly you can note the way the game is slowed down pace-wise. Both of these teams do not want to waste possessions right now, and I can imagine this Grandville offense, if they don't get their shot, especially if Zeeland West decides to go back to that 1-3-1, which it looks like they potentially will be setting up here, I would not be surprised to see Grandville going into a long, long possession. Actually, Zeeland West is going to swing man-to-man defensively here. So the Ducks go man-to-man. Hand off Tyson Mann with 150. Mann curling right elbow, kicks right corner, all alone. 3 for Stockwell. Off the connector, no. And then it goes over the top of the backboard, out of bounds. Zeeland West basketball. 1:41 in the overtime. 56-56. Ducks can look for their first lead of OT right here.
Yeah, and that lead will be crucial considering how much time is going down. They might do what they did earlier and just hold on to that ball, but it doesn't look like they're going to do that.
Waller drives free throw line, gives up top for Bullhouse in between the circles. Left wing for Steffen. Steffen curls, hands off right wing. Merritt Aldering, he'll hold it deep, 124. Looking back towards Coach Klein. They might actually be holding for the final shot right here. They're certainly taking their time.
Yeah.
Aldering, defended by Regneris. Drives around Regneris, enters the lane, floater, off the window, good. Reaching with the right, Aldering with 20 points. Zeeland West leads by 2 with 1:05. Tyson Mann the basketball.
It's not slow anymore. They're trying to speed up now. We need to get that ball in.
Mann bounds in the lane, right-hand shot off the window. Strong will not go. Fight for the ball along the end line. We've got, like you said, 2 whistles. It's out of bounds. There's a foul on Zeeland West, I believe. It's either out, or no, it's going to be out on Zeeland West. Out of bounds on Zeeland West on the fight for the ball along the baseline. Grandville keeps it with 55 seconds down 2. Baseline right inbound here for Quentin Hendrickson. Hendrickson lobs up top. Hey, left corner. Stockwell all alone. 3 for the lead. Got it!
Oh my goodness! What a great job knowing where your players are.
59-58 with 44 seconds to go. Grandville back on top. Down the right side of the lane, Aldering is fouled on the floor. He will have 2 at the stripe coming up, however.
That last shot would not have been possible if number 11 Haight was not aware of his surroundings. He was so aware that he had a guy in the corner wide open for that wide open 3.
It's foul 3 on Regneris. Coach Young wants a timeout. He'll get a timeout. It's a quick 30-second timeout, and Aiden, I think the main talking point now kind of goes to, for Grandville, again, the foul trouble also has meant being in the double bonus for Zeeland West for a lot of the second half. The big shot from Stockwell, but then Aldering, the answer, he gets 2 at the line.
Yeah, and this is something we haven't seen all of the game until the end, how close it's been. 1 shot, 1 point can make a whole difference in this whole game. And so those fouls going to those free throw lines could make or break this game, and that's a huge difference with how close it's been.
An explosive atmosphere here. The gym's been filling up as you've seen the Hudsonville and the Jenison fans each finding their way in as well down the stretch in this one. 39 seconds to go in overtime. Grandville leads Zeeland West 59-58, but Merritt Aldering, who has 20 points for Zeeland West, their leading scorer, is at the line with 2 here in the double bonus.
Yep, we're going to see what happens after this free throw. This could really help this game out.
All right, here we go. The lefty Aldrich will toe the line. White uniform has bright neon yellow and blue shoes on. Free throw, too strong. He can at best tie the game here. 39 seconds on the clock.
This is such an interesting game. I hope he makes this so we can go to double overtime.
The free throw here from Aldrich up. Got it. Splashes that one down. He has 21 points. We're tied at 59. 37 seconds to go. Grandville does have a timeout remaining. Let's see if Coach Young uses it. Final 30 seconds. He will use it. 29 seconds on the clock, and Grandville uses their final timeout of the overtime to set things up for this play. At the end of regulation, it was Zeeland West holding for the final shot. It looks like at the end of overtime, you can flip that, and now Grandville gets their chance, Aiden. 29 seconds to go in overtime, 59-59. Tyson Mann with 22 to lead the Bulldogs. Merritt Aldrich to lead 21 for Zeeland West. And an all-time classic, an all-time thriller here at Zeeland East tonight.
I'm just speechless. A game that I never thought would happen like it is tonight. We have seen it differently throughout this year, not only last year, but this one will be a history game for both teams, I feel like, because of how insane and how physical it's been, but how close it is and how hard they are working. Just shots after shots. Make. It's just alternating this whole time.
Zeeland West breaks out of their timeout. Waller, Aldrich, Steffen, Baker, Bullhouse their unit. Grandville also a breakout. Hendrickson, Tyson Mann, Logan Stockwell, Ryder Haight, Cam Regnerus. 29 seconds on the clock. Grandville the basketball tied at 59 in overtime. Inbound into the backcourt to Tyson Mann. He will set things up, and Grandville will get ready to go to work and in all likelihood hold for that final shot. Defended here by Waller in front of the timeline. Mann turns his back on Waller. 5-second clock starts. Mann crosses left side to break out the call. Mann, screen from Regnerus with 13. Across the floor to the right wing. Tyson Mann backing right wing with 9. Mann drives into the lane. Lost the handle. He stripped. Race to the rebound. Aldrich got it. Aldrich driving the lane. Right hand shot. Misses from in tight. Fight for the rebound. Regnerus has it. Zeros across the scoreboard. We're going to double overtime.
Wait.
Hang on.
Hold on.
There was a foul potentially called at the end. Grandville saying it may have been a shooting foul.
And it is. Wait.
Grandville was trying to get a heave off, and there was a grab and a foul, and I think it's going to be 3 free throws with a clock at, wait a minute.
Wait. Hold on, they are talking about double overtime. Offsetting fouls possibly? Yep. Offsetting fouls. They're going to go to double overtime.
Fouls on Steffen for Zeeland West.
They're going to double overtime.
Who is the Grandville foul on? Coach Wade for the Bulldogs is out with his arms and his palms up. We are going to double overtime. All right, 4 minutes to go. Back on the clock. We go to overtime, 59-59, or go to double overtime.
Yeah.
59-59. Sorry, we were just off air trying to figure out a little bit of what the calls were right here. Again, there was a foul on Steffen. That was his 6th. Now, it looks like potentially they may be saying that the foul was a grab and not a shooting foul on Steffen. That is the only foul, I believe, is what the call is going to be.
They made a sign like it was offsetting, so...
There was never a call for who the second Grandville foul is, and no Grandville player fouled out. It potentially would have been Stockwell fouling out in that situation. But regardless, 4 more minutes, we go to double overtime. 59-59. Both teams now, Aiden, have had a chance. First Zeeland West at the end of regulation, then Grandville at the end of overtime to try to get something going. Both teams got a blow into the lane. That was a wild end of game sequence as well because Merritt Aldrich had a shot at the buzzer that would not fall from in tight.
Yeah, we saw the shot from Aldrich, and then we just saw the rebound. There was a fight for the ball, a scrap. everybody's in there trying to get that ball for their chance at this score, and it could have ended either way there at the end, and we're going to see a second or a third tip here tonight.
All right, double overtime. Ball is up. Aldrich wins it back, right to left. Zeeland West will go to work here with Stefan on the dribble. Defended by Tyson Mann, right side for Aldrich. Up top, Baker. Baker, two-hand feed, left wing for Bolhouse, and left corner for Merritt Aldrich. Aldrich defended by Regneris. Handoff, Stefan left wing, drives inside the arc, feeds back left wing for Aldrich. Crosses into the lane, floater over top of Regneris, got the friendly rattle and goes. 23 for Aldrich, Zeeland West on top, 61-59.
What a great shot there, way to get it off and give yourself that chance for a foul. Didn't get the foul, but he put it up and put it in.
Hendrickson left wing up top for Tyson Mann. Foul off the ball on Zeeland West on Baker. 1-1 will be coming up for the Bulldogs at the line, down 2. It is Regneris at the line. Foul is the first on Baker of the game. Luke Baker, the only player that has somehow gotten out of foul trouble on either team into now the 6th period of this game. Double overtime, 3:18 to go, 61-59. Regneris at the line. Free throw is up. Free throw rattles out, no good. It's down to Merritt Aldrich.
And Merritt Aldrich looks like he's going to try to hold on to it.
3:12 to go. Aldrich in the right wing, leading 61-59, looking back towards Coach Klein for the call. He'll drive across the floor left wing. Aldrich followed over left side by Regneris, turns the back, drives in the lane, left-hand runner, good, and a foul. Wow, what a shot by Aldrich. Through the contact and a chance for one more.
Not only what a shot, what a turn of events. You saw Grandville controlling it a little bit now. Now you're seeing Aldrich. Aldrich is controlling a lot of this game right now. He's already has all the points currently for the Ducks here in the overtime, the second overtime.
Foul is the fourth on Regneris, by the way. Free throw for Aldrich, off the connector, no good. Rebound is taken down by Baker. Zeeland West keeps it up 4 with 2:52 to go. Aldrich, left side in front of the timeline to Stefan. Stefan drives, left corner for Bolhouse. Bolhouse in front of the timeline, back to Aldrich, defended by Tyson Mann. Aldrich trapped, and a timeout from Coach Klein. 2:39 in double overtime, 63-59. And kind of for the first time in one of these overtimes, you have a little bit of spread, some more foul trouble creeping in as Cam Regneris now with 4, and now Grandville going to need to pick something up. Not securing that rebound off the missed free throw could be the main turning point of this game for the Bulldogs.
And honestly, right there, Coach Klein kind of helped out Grandville a little bit there. They were about to foul him to try to get that ball back. He called that timeout just before that foul there, so we're going to see what happens here as Zeeland will have the possession after that timeout, and they'll probably try to hold on to the ball as much as they can. Grandville's not going to let that happen.
Yeah, West with 3 timeouts now remaining. Granville with just 1 here for this double overtime period, and Zeeland West leads at 63-59. Thanks again to the Centennial Securities and the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency. We'll have the Bates Agency postgame show coming up at the conclusion of this one. Can Grandville save their season, now trailing by 4?
Yeah, not only can they save their season, but can Zeeland keep their season alive. It's a battle between 2 teams that are known to really go at it.
Bolhouse left side inbound from right in front of the scorer's table. Looking for the inbound lane against the pressure, gets it just in front of him to a curling Baker. Baker escapes a couple of defenders to the top of the key. Dribbles right side, hands off for Waller. Swung up top for Stefan, run into by Mann, trying to get the steal, and a foul called on Tyson Mann. And that'll be 2 at the line coming up here. Saw an upset, or an update of an upset. Unity Christian just took down GR Catholic Central.
57-55.
Unbelievable there. And an unbelievable game coming down to the conclusion. Miles Stefan at the line with a 4-point Zeeland West lead with 2:30 in double overtime. Bends the knees, free throw up, good. 14 now for Stefan, he's got 1 more at the line.
5-point game here now. Can he put it to 6?
Stefan, free throw is up, free throw is good. He hits them both. Big work from the junior now with 15 points. 6-point lead for Zeeland West with 2.5 to go in double overtime. Tyson Mann swinging down the right side, stops top of the key. Man drives, floater, off the window, no. Rebound, Regneris on the floor, to a side scrum. Held ball is called, stays with Grandville on the alternating possession. 2:14 in double overtime, 65-59. One of those fun ones where both coaches were trying to get timeouts in as they were scrapping over the ball. Tyson Mann will inbound underneath the offensive hoop. Now it'll be Hendrickson coming in to do so. 6-point lead for Zeeland West, 65-59. Inbounded to Regneris, turns the back, right corner, all alone, hate three, rattles out. It was more down than out, but will not go. The rebound to Aldrich. He is fouled from behind by a reaching Hendrickson. 2 at the line for Aldrich. I believe that is 5. It is 5 on Hendrickson. He's done for the night. Aldrich to the line, and it looks like Zeeland West is preparing to move on as Hybor will check in here.
What in the world is happening tonight? Aldrich getting fouled and getting to go to the line to have a chance to not only put it up by 6, but put it up by 8. That's a big point difference.
Left-hand free throw, Aldrich good. He has 26. It's a 66-59 game.
Just because they have that many more points doesn't mean nothing can happen. 2:06 remaining here. Grandville needs to keep up the momentum and bring it back.
Aldrich hits them both at 67-59. Tyson Mann down the middle of the lane, runner, right hand reaching shot is good. So Tyson able to stop the bleeding, 67-61. The Bulldogs pressure the inbound. Waller left side for Bullhouse. Bullhouse back to Waller. Waller throws over the timeline to Steffen. Steffen on Aldrich, drives past Regneris and scores.
Aldrich's in it.
29 of his team, 69, back to an 8-point lead. 3 for Mann, off the front rim, no. Skying put back dunk is good for Regneris. 69-63, the Bulldogs set up the trap in the full court. Inbounded far side, into the corner for Aldrich. Dump pass back to Waller, lobs to Bullhouse. Bullhouse throws over the timeline to Steffen. Steffen curls left wing with it, 1:18 on the clock. Right side on to Aldrich. He's grabbed and fouled by Tyson Mann. It'll be 2 at the line for Merritt Aldrich. 69-63, 1:14 in double overtime. And it'll again be free throws at the line for Merritt Aldrich.
And that's a player that you want to have the ball with Zeeland West, as he is known to knock down all of his free throws.
3 fouls on Mann. The first free throw rattles out right on cue for Aldrich. And the lefty has one more coming up in a 69-63 game. A big free throw right here as he can try to push it to a 3-possession game. Bends the knees, free throw, good, he hit it. 30 points for Merritt Aldrich, 70-63. Mann, left side of the floor, drives the basket, left-hand layup, rolls out, no good. Rebound down to Waller, grabbed and fouled by Stockwell. And that's it for Stockwell. Undoes his jersey. You can see the burst of emotion for Logan as he'll leave the floor for the final time as a Grandville Bulldog. 1:05 to go in overtime, 70-63. And Zeeland West back to the line this time with Trevor Waller. You knew, Aiden, at some point in time, that amount of foul trouble that Grandville was in, especially, I mean, at one point in time, looking at 10-3 fouls in, kind of at the end of the second half. You knew it was going to come back to haunt the Bulldogs, and in double overtime, it certainly did.
Yeah, I didn't think it would be in double overtime, but it's happening.
Free throw good for Waller. Timeout from Coach Klein as he'll set things up right here. 7 now for Waller, 71-63. Welcome inside Zeeland East. And of course, for those of us that had a chance to follow the Bulldogs, this year, like myself and Chandler all year, what a fun team, what a great group of kids again to cover. We'll have plenty more to break down about them as well going forward, but it looks like it's going to wind up being just a little too little at the end for this Bulldogs team. And man, they had a couple chances, and there are a couple calls that go one way or the other, a couple of plays that go one way or the other at the end of regulation, at the end of overtime, that definitely could have changed the trajectory of this basketball game. But in the end, Zeeland West, led by, again, maybe the best player, especially out of the junior class on this part of the state, Merritt Aldrich, who has 30 points tonight. Just a little bit too much in the second overtime. They're able to outlast a foul-burdened Grandville team that really struggled in that overtime because they couldn't play the aggressive defense they wanted to because almost their entire team was at risk of fouling out.
Although I want to agree with you, I also like to be the odd one out. There's 1:05 remaining. Grandville could still do something. We've seen it in different things before. Yeah. I'm going to be the odd one out here and say that they have a chance yet.
The Grandville faithful tuned in, certainly hope so. A 71-63 game with 1:05 to go. Trevor Waller has one more free throw at the line to try to make it a 9-point game. Waller, free throw, rattles out, rebound down to Nate Summers, who's out there with Stockwell fouled out on the bench. Man up the right side of the floor. Tyson crossed through a couple of defenders, launches a three. He's fouled and will go to the line for three at the line.
He almost had a chance to put 4 on there.
So foul on Stephen is his third as he runs into man while shooting the shot from the right wing. And Tyson has 3 at the line. Can bring Grandville within as close as 71-66 here. Hit the first. 25 now for Tyson Mann.
It could be just a 6-point game after this free throw.
Tyson bends the knees, flicks it up, scores it. He has one more coming. 26 for Mann, 71-65 game. Tyson with another one. Tyson, free throw up, free throw good. He hit all 3. 71-66, Grandville will pressure the inbound of the full court. Inbounded to Alderink. Alderink is followed by Ryder Haight, and it'll be 2 more at the line here for the big man. That is 4 on Ryder Haight.
I think Alderink's stacking up his points with free throws, but like I said before, I can be wrong, as we just saw a little bit ago, so I won't say too much on that.
30 points right now for the junior. What a duel he's had with Tyson Mann. Free throw for the lefty, good, spun it home. 31 for Alderink, 72-66 game. Zeeland West clears out from around the key. They'll give up the rebound. Free throw is good. He hit them both. 53 seconds and less, 73-66 lead for Zeeland West. Tyson Mann bounces around a screen, top of the key. Mann will launch a deep 3. Oh, he spun it home! 30 points for Tyson Mann. It's a 73-69 game. They'll pressure the inbound into Alderink. Alderink hounded by Haight, able to escape, jump pass tipped, and secured over half by Stephen. He'll throw one left side to Bowhouse. Up top for Waller, right side for Alderink. He is fouled by Ryder Haight. He is done now for the night. 5 for Ryder. 24.8 on the clock. Tyson Mann's late heroics somehow keeping Grandville's season alive, as Ryder Haight is now also going to be done for the evening. Grandville has essentially seen now half of their typical rotation foul out. Boston Postma, who has seen very limited minutes this season, will have to check in for Grandville. Alderink at the line with 2. Zeeland West has been in the double bonus since almost the start of the 4th quarter. So Postma now officially checks in with 24 seconds. 73-69, Alderink at the line with 2. Bends the knees, left-hand free throw, rattles out.
Like I said, I can stand corrected.
32 for him, 30 for Tyson Mann. One more for Alderink. Free throw, good. He has 33. It's a 74-69 game. Here's Tyson Mann up the left side of the floor. Mann defended by Waller. Left wing, launches a 3. It's tipped. Grandville wants a foul. Chase to the ball in the corner.
Will they call a travel?
It's either a travel or an out of bounds. It's going Zeeland West way regardless in the corner. It will be Waller to throw in from along the baseline. 16.6 in the game, 74-69 Zeeland West. Inbounded Stephen. Grandville is trying to foul. Eventually they do get the foul on Summers. And Stephen will go to the line for 2 with 13.9, 74-69. Terrific defensive effort on the block again. Grandville wanted a block, then the ball was chased down by both teams in the corner. It will be Miles Stephen at the line here. Misses the first, high off the connector, no good. Stays 74-69. It will be a 2-possession game regardless here. Next one for Stephen is good. 6-point game. Here's Tyson Mann with 12. Mann up the middle of the floor, stops, pops a tough three. Off the front rim, no. Rebound is poked around, secured by Bullhouse up the near side. Grandville will back off. That'll do it.
What an insane turn of events here tonight.
75-69. An unbelievable double overtime showcase. Grandville falls just short. The Bulldogs' season will come to a close, and the Zeeland West team will continue to motor on. What a game, and welcome in to the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency postgame show. I don't even know, Aiden, where do you even start with this one?
Let's start with the seniors.
Yep.
This is a hard game for both teams. One team sends their seniors home for the rest of the season, and one team gets another shot at it. These seniors have worked so hard for Grandville, and even though one team wins and one team loses, it's just really hard here tonight for both teams. Thank you to the Grandville seniors, I want to say that, because they worked hard.
For sure. Tyson Mann, 30 points. What a close for Tyson in this one. So the playoff rubber match over the last couple years will go to Zeeland West. We got scoring recap, which is a long one, and we've got Centennial Securities player of the game to hand out. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with more Bates Agency postgame show.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
All right, welcome back in. Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency postgame show. 75-69. Grandville's season has come to a close here tonight. On game night, Zeeland West is moving on. Emotional Bulldogs finding their way off the floor right now, including Tyson Mann, who put up one heck of a performance. Here's a scoring recap. Tyson Mann with 30 for Grandville. Quentin Hendrickson had 6. Logan Stockwell with 9. 10 for Ryder Haight. Cam Regneris with 14. Trevor Waller for Zeeland West has 7. Luke Baker has 14. Miles Steffen came away with 16. Orion Yant with 2. Trenton Bullhouse with 4. And Merritt Alderink with 33. And he is our Centennial Securities player of the game, the junior, the D1 prospect, the guy that has even started to look like a Power 6 prospect in the last season or so. Showed out and then some to keep his team season alive.
Yeah, and a matchup we thought was going to be good came out on one end, let's be honest, tonight. But Tyson Mann showing up for Grandville, Merritt Alderink taking it home for the Ducks. A matchup we thought between Regneris and Alderink. Alderink came out on top on that one, but Mann came out on top as scoring-wise for the Bulldogs.
Well, yeah, I mean, a game for Alderink. He played a different style than we've seen. We've seen him a big man with his back to the basket. He did that some down the stretch, but he played at the perimeter. He scored off the bounce often as a slashing wing in this game. That was the difference. He had a guy like Regneris, a guy like Stockwell who's in foul trouble on their back foot defensively. Again, Grandville was fighting foul trouble throughout the second half. That was a big part of their struggle in their attack, and that winds up being a big part of it. Thanks to all of the Grandville listeners that have tuned in all season long to Grandville basketball on MGN. We're another great year. Chandler Timmer, unfortunately, not here for when the season closes, but I know I can share the sentiments of him. We thank everyone for their Grandville support. We can't wait to be back for football season and basketball season again next year. Congrats to Zeeland West. They win maybe the game of the year. An unbelievable one. Don't go anywhere because we still have more. Hudsonville and Jenison up next after this. We're going to step aside, we're going to reset, we're going to go back to the MHSAA This Week report, and then we'll be back to intro that broadcast and see if the Jenison boys can follow the Jenison girls' lead and pull off an upset over Hudsonville like they did on Friday night. Do not go anywhere, and thank you for tuning in all year long to Grandville basketball on Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio.
Weights have been lifted. Sprints have been run. Preparation for today's game is history. It's time to get it done. You're listening on MichiganSportsRadio.com.
Four wrestling teams have new trophies to add to their school display, and an unbelievable story of a wrestler who accomplished something much bigger than a win on the mat. I'm John Ross, and this is This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid. Midland's Wilson Shinsky finished his senior season on the wrestling mat with a 21-11 record and an appearance in the Division I regionals. But none of the wins were probably the highlight of his season. That's because on the way to his regional bouts in Heartland on Saturday, February 18th, Shinsky and his dad, Steve, stopped their vehicle on I-75 to pull a man from a burning vehicle and helped resuscitate him. It's a remarkable story of being in the right place at the right time, as Wilson plans to study nursing in college, and Dad Steve is a retired Midland firefighter. It didn't take long for them to see the driver was unconscious behind the wheel and in need of desperate help. They administered CPR until an off-duty paramedic arrived with an AED. After a shock to the driver, the monitor showed heart activity. By then, more help arrived and the driver was taken by ambulance to the hospital. At that point, the Shinskys continued to Heartland so Wilson could wrestle his regional matches. For more on this amazing story and to see a photo of Steve and Wilson with the driver they helped save, please visit MHSAA.com. Game balls this week go to Vanessa Rodriguez of Ann Arbor father Gabriel Richard. She scored 23 in a 53-52 overtime win over Detroit Renaissance in a battle of the Catholic League champ versus the Detroit Public School League champ. To Hart senior Parker Hovey, he scored 24 points in a win over Mason County Central. The win gives Hart its first boys basketball title in 60 years. And the Mackinac City Twins, Larissa and Lars Huffman, they both went over 1,000 career points just 5 days apart. Lars for the boys team, Larissa for the girls.
For high school seniors, the matchup of the year isn't on the field. It's actually online. That's right. When you fill out the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, you could also be eligible for thousands of dollars in additional money from the Michigan Achievement Scholarship. Yep, nearly 80% of students who fill out the FAFSA may be eligible. Now that's a matchup we can all root for. Get started today at michigan.gov/achievement. The Michigan Achievement Scholarship. It's a game changer.
Our weekly Be the Referee feature takes a look at the fine art of officiating with registered official Paige Winnie.
What happens if a player bowls out of turn during a Baker game? First, what's a Baker game? That's when 5 members of a team alternate bowling frames. The number 1 bowler goes in frames 1 and 6 and on down the line. If a bowler goes out of turn during MHSAA competition in accordance with USBC Rule 8, Item D, a dead ball would be declared. The delivery does not count. The pins must be respotted, and the correct bowler is then required to continue play. While a recent change to NCAA bowling rules would penalize bowling out of order on the wrong lane with a 0 for the attempt starting with the first infraction, the NCAA rule is not used for MHSAA competition. Instead, the frame is reset, and the correct bowler is free to continue.
Thanks, Paige. Now more than ever, we need officials. If you're interested, go to the MHSAA website now to register. Team wrestling finals were this past weekend at the Wings Event Center in Kalamazoo, and 4 big-time wrestling programs took home the top prize. In Division 4, Hudson captured its second straight team title, defeating Bronson 58-12 in the finals. Hudson knocked off Iron Mountain in the quarters and Martin Climax Scots in the semis, registering an impressive 17 pins total over the weekend. In Division 3, Dundee won its 6th straight title and 14th overall by beating Whitehall 60-18. Dundee advanced to the finals by defeating Hart and Constantine. In Division 2, Lowell has now won a decade's worth of team titles in a row. Yes, Lowell won its 10th straight team title, knocking off Goodrich 42-18. The Red Arrows beat Bloomfield Hills' Brother Rice and Gaylord in the quarters and semis. And in Division 1, after 2 straight runner-up finishes, Detroit Catholic Central is back on top. They outpointed Heartland 41-31 in an exciting final after beating Warren De La Salle Collegiate and Romeo to get to the final match. For full results, recaps, and more, check out MHSAA.com. You've been listening to This Week in High School Sports, powered by Michigan Student Aid, a production of the MHSAA Network. Thanks for joining us. I'm John Ross, and we'll see you next week.
Timeline to Gable. Gable straight to the basket. Elevates. Slams it down over top of Orbaugh. Oh my goodness, the tomahawk jam.
The ball is tipped, and there you are. You're running for your life. You're a shooting star in all the years.
Driver pounds the rock, looking for a passing lane. Got some motion going, got a right corner for Hagel. Pounded defensively by Dudley. Step back 3 for the lead. Buries it pure. Kobe Hagelin, 40-39 West Ottawa. A step back triple. Absolutely cold-blooded from Hagelin. Giving on to Titus. Titus angles, pull-up shot for the lead. Good. Brady Titus, a scream to the heavens after he knocks it down. And the Hudsonville Eagles are state champions for the first time in school history. They bob at center court. Head coach Casey Glass, in his 12th season, has taken the Eagles to the mountaintop. They are state champions. And it's the ultimate revenge for Tri-Unity. Another state championship for Coach Keeler's squad. The defenders of Tri-Unity Christian, state champions in Division 4, 56-45 the final. And welcome back to Zeeland East. Nate Dreyer, Aiden Lynch with you, and we're back to another Bates Agency pregame show, and we're still catching our breaths.
I haven't caught it yet.
Yeah, I mean, neither have I. A double overtime thriller, Zeeland West over Grandville to open the night. And now backyard rivals Hudsonville and Jenison will get ready to go head-to-head in this one to close out our evening and see who will take on the Ducks in the championship game right back here on Friday. And so much to look at in this game. The first talking point, like I went over, we were on the call Wednesday night, or Friday night, I should say, on the girls' side where it was maybe the upset of the year, an 8-year winning streak or championship streak in district play for Hudsonville, snapped by the Jenison girls. The Jenison boys looking to do a little bit of the same here tonight as the top-seeded Eagles get ready to begin their playoff march. Aiden, another really fascinating game in terms of storyline setting up in this one.
Ducks have secured a spot. Who will secure a spot here tonight? That's the biggest question. And another big question is matchups. What matchups are we here to watch, and what can we expect from both teams? I'm excited to see what we have here for both the Wildcats and the Jenison, the Hudsonville. I can't even talk.
Listen, I fully understand why. I'm feeling the exact same way right now.
Yeah, it was just an insane game before. I'm trying to recap, trying to get back in my mind what's going to happen in this game and what I can expect. But it's just been a turn of events. We have an upset here. We had an upset at Hamilton, and we had an upset with Unity Christian and GR Catholic.
All right, we got a lot to get to. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back here on the Bates Agency pregame show.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relation skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Hi everyone, Nate from MGN. Hopefully everyone is enjoying today's presentation of Game Night on Michigan Sports Radio. We are incredibly proud of the last few seasons of MGN and the coverage and broadcast editions that we've been able to bring, including adding in-house produced video coverage this winter. We also are very, very excited for the future and have some big plans on how to expand and improve further upon our video, podcast, and radio coverage. We are incredibly thankful to Grandville and the Michigan high school sports community for their support as we've seen our audience continue to grow like wildfire, seeing upwards of 8,000 to 10,000 people in total tuning in for some of our largest Friday night and playoff coverage games. We're also, of course, thankful to the Grandville Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency and Centennial Securities for their great long-time last few years, and we're really, really ready to see what's next. And hopefully, along with the great support from the Bates Agency and Centennial Securities, we also are going to be able to march forward with even more great things going forward. We've added video coverage, and now I think it's time to add on even more to our video, radio, and podcast coverage going forward. So, thanks again.
And it was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
All right, welcome back. Nate Aiden with you. We're back. We had a little bit of a quick technical hiccup, but we're back and going. We'll be perfectly fine for the rest of the evening here. Jenison and Hudsonville, so many storylines, and already kind of quickly through this warm-up period, Aiden, that kind of lets us start to get into some of those things we're looking at. The first thing is Hudsonville, 2-game losing streak. They lost to East Kentwood to lose the OK Red title outright, and then they lost to Reese Puffer to close their regular season. You know, this Jenison team coming off a win over Zeeland East, and again, I think most people would have picked Zeeland East to have won. Yeah. They create as much of a mess of the game as anyone. They do a terrific job of kind of slopping the game up in that regard, keeping the favorite uncomfortable. That's what makes this game so interesting.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the roster here for the Hudsonville Eagles. More sophomores pulled up here than the Wildcats. We'll get to see their bench here tonight. And excuse me.
And, of course, the freshman, Jovan Daniels, as well, the terrific 5'6" freshman for Hudsonville that comes to the forefront for them. All right, we're already done with the Bates Agency pregame, so that went real quick as both these teams are warming up. Coach Elliott, Coach Allen have both got their teams back to their respective benches. National anthem on deck. We are going to be right back. Do not go anywhere.
Somebody once said life moves pretty fast, and that's exactly how we like it. Want to build something? Great. Start businesses, build bridges, raise a whole city. Future in fighting crime? Want to save lives? Do it all here. But you've got to go forward fast. Because today is now, and tomorrow is soon. And to get ahead of the game, you got to get ahead of your time. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
To everyone who loves great food, let us make you a meal the Wisconsin way.
We cook each butter burger to order for you and the people you love, so it's the best part of your day.
The best.
The best.
And every creamy scoop of fresh frozen custard, pure happiness.
Pure happiness.
Pure happiness. Because where Culver's comes from.
And the heart of America's Dairyland.
Our love.
Our love for fresh food is as strong as our love for all of you.
From Wisconsin with love.
Welcome to Delicious.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the privilege of this event was made possible by those who have fought and continue to fight for the freedoms we enjoy. Let us now honor and respect their efforts and our country. Would you stand, please, for our national anthem?
Nate and Aiden back with you and back ready to go. Jenison and Hudsonville here this evening from Zeeland East. Let's take it back courtside for the starting lineups for this one.
For Jenison, at forward, a senior, number 2, Landon Mueller. For Hudsonville, at forward, a junior, number 11, Jonah Dennis. senior, number 23, Trevor Martin. For Hudsonville, at forward, a senior, number 32, Mason Dykstra. For Jenison, at center, a senior, number 20, Roland Stewart. For Hudsonville, at center, a senior, number 21, Eli Vanderveen. For Jenison, at guard, a sophomore, number 3, Charlie Norton. For Hudsonville, at guard, a junior, number 2, Brayton Chambray. For Jenison, at guard, a junior, number 5, Corbin Bennett. And for Hudsonville, at guard, a senior, number 3, Gibson Ehight.
All right, here we go. Head coach Allen for the Wildcats, as you heard. He's got the senior guard Mueller, the sophomore guard Norton, and the junior guard Bennett's in the backcourt. Stewart and Martins are up front for Jenison. For Hudsonville, the junior guard Shamray gets to start in the backcourt alongside the senior guard Heath Ice. On the wing is the junior Jonah Dennis, and up front is the senior forward Mason Dykstra and the senior center Eli Vanderveen. Vanderveen will have the jump on Stewart. Hudsonville, home white uniforms, traveling greens for Jenison. Hudsonville goes left to right across your radio dial, and the Wildcats go right to left. Ball is up, and we're going to get it thrown again. There's a little bit of a twitch right there as the official hesitated. Vanderveen hesitated. Let's do it again. We'll reset the clock to 8 minutes. We had a classic to open the night. I don't know how this one could possibly try to match it. Let's see if maybe we can get it to match. Vanderveen, Stewart on the jump. Vanderveen will tip it back to Heath Ice, and Hudsonville and Coach Elliott's team will start the possession. This is Eric Elliott's 13th season at the controls of this Hudsonville program. Shamray, a third-year guard. He has lost in the semifinal game his first 2 years of high school. Hands off right side to Heath Ice. Blows down the right side of the lane. Right corner for Jonah Dennis. Dennis drives. Leaner in the lane with 2 hands. No good. Leaping rebound Vanderveen. Left side to Heath Ice. Heath Ice. Push pass onto Dykstra. Reverse layup is good off the window. And Hudsonville takes the first lead of the game as Dykstra got it to go. 30 seconds gone in the first, 2-0 Hudsonville. The Eagles go man-to-man defensively. Jumping the passing lane is Vanderveen. Runs behind the defense, lays it in with 2 hands. Defense into offense, 4-0 Hudsonville. The Eagles jumping all over the Wildcats right away.
Great job there for getting on the board quickly and fast to assert what you've got here tonight.
Bennett's top of the key to Rowan Stewart. Kicks left corner to the sophomore Charlie Norton. Norton drives. Pull-up shot from 15 off the back rim. No. Leaping rebound secured by Dennis and the Eagles. Really Shamray to run the offense. 6:15 left to go in the first. 4-0 Hudsonville early. Jenison also opens man-to-man defensively. They'll throw some different zone looks at you often. Top of the key. Braden Shamray. Catch and shoot 3. Good. And a timeout called from Coach Allen on the Jenison bench right away. A 7-0 quick start for Hudsonville. We will be right back.
Cornerstone University.
The professors are very open to helping whenever they can.
Academic excellence, character-driven athletics, Christ-centered community involvement.
Cornerstone has been a great opportunity for me to grow as a leader, just being able to approach people and be warm and welcoming and hospitable.
Experience it for yourself. Attend a Golden Eagle Day at Cornerstone for a taste of campus life and the chance to meet faculty and staff. To arrange a visit for your high school junior or senior, go to cornerstone.edu. Cornerstone University. Build a life that matters.
A sense of purpose, a higher calling. At Dean Transportation, we call it our passion. It's simply who we are. 60 years of pioneering the best health and safety standards because safe student transportation is essential. We are hard-working folks, connecting children to learning, schools to our communities, and you to a better career. Want to make your community a better place? We'll put you in the driver's seat. Join the Dean family today and help to connect our kids to brighter futures.
Jenison out of the timeout with the basketball. Left wing Charlie Norton reaching past free throw line. Stewart bounds in the lane. Left hand hook shot off the connector, no good. Leaping rebound down to Vanderveen and the Eagles. It'll be Chambray tapping the top of his head with his left hand to set up the offense here. 6:15 and less in the first. Lob pass, left elbow, Vanderveen fakes one and then gave it up top to Dykstra. Dykstra tries to hit a cutting Vanderveen, got him right block, whip pass left corner Heathice to the left wing for Chambray. Up top, ripping the ball away from defenders, Dennis back left side to Chambray. No look pass into the paint for Vanderveen. Lower the shoulder, leaning shot, rolls out, no good. Rebound Dykstra, put back with the left is good. 9-0 Hudsonville. What a start for the Eagles, Aiden.
Yeah, what a way to show up and show off. They are asserting their dominance here, and it's showing with the board.
Stewart right corner. Defended here by Vanderveen. Ball fake, handoff for curling Landon Mueller. Mueller drives, cut off right block, swung left wing onto Corbin Bennett, the junior. Throws right side for Mueller. Right corner drive from Martins. Left wing kicks out for Mueller. Left corner catch and shoot three for Corbin Bennett is right down the hatch and good. And Jenison on the board for the first time, 9-3 with 5:15 in the first.
Great shot, way to get him there and get him open for that quick three-point shot.
Chambray left wing, defended here by Landon Mueller, throws right wing for Dennis, back left side to Chambray. Up fake, angle drive, cut off left elbow, pull-up shot, off the connector, no. Leaping rebound, ripped away from Dennis by Charlie Norton, and he'll push it over the timeline to a sprinting Mueller. Mueller stops right corner, up top, Norton, deep, catch and shoot three, good! Charlie Norton, the sophomore in rhythm, brings Jenison back within a score, 9-6 with 4:45 in the first.
Didn't even gather himself, just grabbed that ball, put it up, and left knowing that it would go in.
Norton, a terrific sophomore that had 10 points, 5 rebounds last time out against Zeeland East. Dykstra, handoff, left wing Chambray, give and go, back to Dykstra, drives to the basket, right hand shot good, and a foul. One more at the line coming up for Mason Dykstra. He already has 6 and has another one potentially coming right here. 11-6 game.
You can count that one. That was a great shot there. Way to get it off the board and way to grab that foul.
All right, one more here for Dykstra. A little delay to get that up on the scoreboard, and Dykstra rattles out, no good on the free throw attempt. Charlie Norton rips down the rebound and will throw it over the timeline to a jump-stopping Landon Mueller. Swung left wing to Martins, into the left corner for Bennett. Bennett's curling offensively to the free throw line, kicks up top for Mueller, swung left wing to Martins, left corner to Bennett, up fake, dribble drive into the lane, skip pass right wing for Norton. Exit pass down to the right corner for Mueller. Mueller looking for a passing lane, swings the right wing to Chatfield, who's checked in. Left corner all the way, swung around to Norton. Floater from the left baseline is strong, and the rebound is down to Dykstra.
Too far on that shot, give it a little less power, and he had that one. It would have been really accurate.
Past the halfway point here of the first 11-6 game. Right wing, catch and shoot three. Chambray got another one. Splashes that one down. 6 for the junior, and it's a 14-6 lead for Hudsonville.
Hudsonville showing up tonight.
Martins, top of the key, Chatfield, the big guy, blowing into the lane, turns the back, lost the handle, on the floor. It is kicked by Dykstra, but a foul is going to be called before that on Chatfield, grabbing onto him. That is the second foul of the game on Jenison, the first on Chatfield. As we will see Hunter Dyksterhouse, the senior guard, check in for the first time for Jenison. The senior had 12 points all in the second half against Zeeland East on Monday night. It'll be Gibson Heathice to run the offense right here to the top of the key. Bouncing around a Vanderveen's screen. Kicks right corner on to Chambray. Chambray lob pass. Top of the key, Dykstra. Lobs it left corner to Heathice. Heathice drives left baseline, cut off. Feeds on to Chambray. No look pass into the lane to Dykstra. Left hand push shot, short. Rebound taken down by Bennett. Pushed ahead into the right corner to Dyksterhouse, who will settle it down. Jenison pushing the pace right now. Norton, top of the key, dribbles into a three. Off the front rim, no good. Rebound is secured by a leaning Jonah Dennis, and Chambray will slow it down. As we know, this is probably the fastest Hudsonville team of the last few years, but still a traditionally very, very slow team. Top of the key, Chambray, catch and shoot three, got another one. 9 for Chambray on a trio of threes, 17-6, and Hudsonville is pressuring in the full court, and Coach Allen is forced to call another timeout. 11-point lead for Hudsonville. Coach Elliott's team continuing to jump on it early. We will be right back.
Bowling is a great time that combines great friends, football, and bowling. Compete against your friends or family, throwing a football at 10 real bowling pins. You can bring in your own food, or they have a pair of 45-foot bars featuring soft drinks and adult beverages. Visit foldingwarehouse.com, Grand Rapids, to reserve your lanes.
Founded in 1969, J&H Family Stores has grown from a single tank truck to over 50 convenience store locations in West Michigan. Our locations offer a variety of fuel options ranging from Exxon, Mobil, Marathon, and Citgo. At many of our stores, you'll also be pleased to find a Tim Hortons or Subway. Find the location near you by visiting myjhfamilystores.com. There's one in your neighborhood.
All right, welcome back to Zeeland East. Nate and Aiden with you. 17-6. Hudsonville has jumped all over their backyard rival to open this one up, Aiden.
Yeah, and we can really see it from Shamray here tonight, starting off the board here with about, excuse me, about 9 points here tonight already, just in the first quarter. What a game for him so far, and we can't wait to see what he can do.
Yeah, trio threes for him. Hudsonville going to show a bit of full court pressure right here. Inbounded and given back now on to Charlie Norton. He is token pressured up the middle of the floor by Gibson Heathice. Crossover dribble gets him over the timeline. Skip past top of the key to Chatfield. Chatfield zoom action handoff to Corbin Bennett. Weaves down the right side. Extra pass to the left wing. Dijksterhouse catch and shoot three. Goes straight down off the front rim. No good. Rebound Shamray. He's off and running. Shamray coast to the basket and a right hand finish. 11 for the junior early on. It's a 19-6 game. And now Jenison pushes the pace to Dijksterhouse. Dijksterhouse blowing into the lane. Tied up. Held ball is called. Alternating possession stays with Jenison. Great job by Dykstra to get a piece of it. Jovan Daniels and Griffin Baker will check in for Hudsonville, as we will see Landon Mueller come back in here for Jenison. That terrific freshman, the 5'6" freshman Daniels, will check in right here. He'll have the defense on Dijksterhouse, who's got about a head on him. Norton lobbing Dijksterhouse left wing. It's a screen set from Stewart, goes around at top of the key. Dijksterhouse down the right side, puts it on the floor, stolen away by Vanderveen, given on to Shamray. He's off and running with a 19-6 lead. Left corner, Baker toes the line, launches a three, missed it all short. Rebound Dykstra, two-hand putback is blocked and he is fouled. And Mason Dykstra, who has an early 6, will go back to the stripe right here. 2:02 in the first, 19-6 Hudsonville. A much different vibe from this one than the first double overtime game, as so far the top seed Hudsonville has done a good job taking care of business against their backyard rival. First free throw rattles home with a friendly touch off the glass from Dykstra.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm excited to see what Daniels can do. I haven't watched much of this, but I go to Hamilton, right? So I'm comparing him to James Hoffman in his freshman season. The size difference. I'm excited to see what he can show me.
Second free throw off the back iron, no good. Rebound poked out of bounds. It's going to go Jenison's way. Braylon McFall, the terrific 6'3" junior wing, will check in here for Dykstra. McFall, terrific baseball player as well, and he's come up and been a big piece of this team this year, his junior season. Yeah, Daniels, undersized, but this kid at 5'6" is absolutely as tough as nails, and he's got a good handle as well. We've seen him a couple times this year on game night. Top of the key, Trevor Martins turning in on McFall. Lawson regathers the handle. Two-hand swing pass left wing to Norton. The sophomore hit an earlier triple. Stewart top of the key. Swings right corner to Chatfield, or to Martins, I should say. Martins drives, but he shuffled the feet before, so travel is called. It'll go back the other way. 20-6, Hudsonville over Jenison.
And I'm excited to see what is it McFall? McFall. I should have gotten that. McFall, he's very lengthy. I can't wait to see what he can do in the block.
Jenison going to bring out a three-quarter court 1-2-2 trap right here. Shamray left side, feeds all the way right wing to a leaping Baker. Back on here to Jovan Daniels. Left side, on to Shamray, right wing. Daniels jabs into the lane, jump pass, top of the key, McFall. He'll step into a triple. Off the connector, no good. High fight for the rebound is secured on the second effort by Norton. He'll run it up the middle of the floor. Here's the Jenison sophomore, defended by the Hudsonville freshman Daniels. Jump pass, right side, Dijksterhouse. He'll turn up top and feed it with two hands, right wing to Martins. Martins, right corner. Dijksterhouse reaching pass to the block for Stewart. Left wing, on to Norton. Catch and shoot three, rolls out. Rebound from McFall, tipped on to a sprinting Shamray. Shamray stops free throw line, handoff, catch and shoot three. Daniels, good! The freshman knocks it down. It's 23-6 Hudsonville with 47 seconds in the first.
I'm going to be honest, I was kind of surprised, but I can't wait to see what he can do. Also, you can see a big speed difference between Jenison and the Eagles.
Absolutely. Jenison, a team that normally wants to keep it slower. They normally want to grind you down. Hudsonville, this is probably the fastest team Coach Elliott has had in a very long time. We've seen it all year long. Baseline left drive from Mueller. Cut off left block by Baker, the sophomore. Kicks across the floor to Stewart. Catch and shoot three. Good. Stewart able to splash that down, and it's 3 threes for Jenison in a 23-9 game.
Great job by Stewart and getting his first points of the night here as the first quarter is about to come to an end.
Final 10 seconds. Shamray will hold for the final shot. Loosely defended here by Landon Mueller, top of the key. Bounces around to Vanderveen's screen. He's locked up in a double team. Whip pass right side. Baker, 3 at the horn. Got it! Right down the hatch, another triple. This time it's Griffin Baker knocking it down. It's 26-9 after the first. Hudsonville has jumped all over Jenison. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
Looking for a great place to buy a used truck or car? Check out Extreme Truck and Auto Center, located at 1098 O'Malley Drive in Coopersville. They have a huge selection of trucks, cars, vans, and SUVs. Stop by their lot or give them a call at 616-384-3777. You can check out their inventory at xtacenter.com.
All right, welcome back here to Zeeland East. Nate Dreyer, Aiden Lynch with you. Second semis of District 11. The first one, Aiden, went to double overtime, an all-time classic between Zeeland West and Grandville. This one is a classic in a different way so far for Hudsonville. Coach Elliott's team playing one of their better basketball games of the year to open things up, a 26-9 lead. The offense is rolling. Their defense outside of a trio of really kind of tough threes outside of one more open look. I mean, it's been all over the place. This has been Hudsonville's best performance of the year so far in a lot of ways, especially at least games I've seen.
Yeah, and I know that Zeeland West wasn't the only upset of the night. So I'm excited to see what else can happen. I mean, obviously the Eagles have it, but we have 3 quarters left.
Here's McFall kicking left corner to Jovan Daniels, loosely washed defensively by Norton. Kicks up top for Shamray. Shamray down the middle of the lane, jump pass, right corner McFall. Up fake, dribble drive, cut off right elbow, underhand handoff for Shamray. Peers at the basket, steps around a defender, into the lane, right corner, McFall, catch and shoot 3, splash. Another 3 for Hudsonville, 29-9 with 7.5 to go in the second.
I have a feeling we won't see many paint shots here tonight.
No, this Hudsonville team, which traditionally is a grinding interior team, when you think of some of the past teams that Coach Elliott has had, they have been lighting it up from deep early. Spinning into the lane, Corbin Bennett's right-hand floater through a pair of defenders, rattles out, rebound down to Vanderveen, Jovan Daniels to push the pace. Daniels to the top of the key, hand off Shamray right wing. Shamray drives past the defender, whips the hands free, right-hand floater, good. 13 points for Shamray, 31-9 with 7 minutes to go in the second.
Yeah, after that floater, I mean, I didn't say there wouldn't be any in the paint, but that was a great floater there for him to float it in at the rim.
Martin's right wing, Norton, catch and shoot 3 off the connector, no. Rebound is paddled up top, secured by a leaning Trevor Martins. Hands off for Norton. Norton swung around, extra pass, right corner for Mueller. Mueller driving on Bennett's driving on Daniels. Right hand shot short, but a foul will send Corbin Bennett's, the 5'8 junior guard, to the line to shoot a couple right here. That foul on Daniels is the first of the game on Hudson. A lot fewer whistles so far in this one than the first contest for certain. At the line, number 5 in green, Corbin Bennett bends the knees, right hand free throw, flicks it up, and that one will 360 and not fall. Joey Miller, sophomore wing, checks in for Vanderveen for Hudsonville, and we will see Chatfield check in here for Stewart. The main thing that stands out for me for this Hudsonville team, a lot of youth. Shamray, a junior, Miller, a sophomore, Baker, a sophomore, Daniels, a freshman. Coach Elliott's building quite something, a team that already almost won the OK Red this season, falling 1 game short of that terrific East Kentwood team, and what was just a complete mess of an OK Red this season. 31-10, second free throw is good. Jenison brings back out the 1-2-2 3-quarter court trap. Right side, Shamray, a 10-second violation is called. Coach Elliott thinks that whistle was potentially a little bit quick, as do I potentially think that was
going to say that was a quick 10 seconds.
Okay, so it looks like the claim is it was dead ball. The clock started running. Huh, that is interesting. Okay, so going to be Jenison basketball here, right to left over the timeline. It will be Charlie Norton running the offense here for Jenison with 6.5 in the second. 21-point lead right now for Hudsonville. Martins, dump pass to Chatfield, the big guy, turning the shoulder, leaning in, skips back onto a curling Martins. Up top, Norton, swung left corner to Mueller. Stutter step around a defender, cut off left wing by Shamray, who hounds him, and he'll throw it up top here to Norton. Norton, sophomore on sophomore, drives on Baker, jump stop, foul called on Griffin Baker on the stop. Second foul on the Eagles, first on Baker. 6:04 in the second, 31-10 Eagles.
Yeah, not much of a size difference here. We've got a lot of matchups that are relatively the same size, as though we didn't see that in the first round here tonight.
Yeah, Mueller left wing gave it on to Bennett. Bennett feeds it short left corner for Chatfield with his back turn, bullying into the lane. Kicks up top for Mueller. Mueller jab step, hands up top for Chatfield again. Overhand two-hand pass to Bennett's left wing. Bennett drives across the floor, and he is grabbed and fouled by the sophomore wing, Joey Miller. Now 3 on either team. That's the first on Miller. Right side inbound for Jenison, who have slowed the game down at least a little bit with this possession, but the problem is they've slowed down because just unable to get in the middle. This is a kind of a traditional no middle defense that this Hudsonville team runs, and they are not able to get anything in terms of penetration right now. Left side pass to Bennett, kicks left corner to Norton. Norton curls top of the key, hands off onto a cutting Chatfield, and he gets a left-hand finish. Nice give and go, and the big guy gets the finish, 31-12.
Chatfield's going to have to watch himself there. He almost got a technical after that little celebration there, so that's an easy way to find yourself down that road.
Shamray fakes a pass and backs it out, swings right wing to Daniels. Here's the freshman right corner for Miller. Miller, ball fake, spins down the right baseline, kicks right corner for Baker. Baker up top, Daniels, defended by Norton. Right side on for Miller, top of the key, McFall. Jabbing with the left, drives right side. Travel is called as he shuffled the feet off the jab step, and Jenison will take back over. 3 minutes gone, second quarter, 31-12. The game has at least settled down a little bit. That was the first step for Coach Allen's team, Aiden, is just to kind of settle things down for Jenison, get some stops, try to get into their offense.
I don't think we saw 31 points till the end of the second at the Zeeland West game, so.
Absolutely, spinning into the lane, Bennett, skip pass up top, Mueller swung left corner for Martins. Trevor Martins peering, kicks top of the key onto Norton. Norton dribbling to his right side, defended by Shamray, kicks right corner Mueller, swung up top, and now into the left-hand corner for Bennett. Bennett's curls, cut off free throw line, regathers himself, drives to the lane, right-hand floater, falls short, rebound Dykstra, tied up by Chatfield. Held ball was called, alternating possession will stay with Jenison. Good effort. Gage Chatfield, the 6'4 junior, coming in off the bench, football defensive lineman and linebacker at 245 pounds. You see that in his build, and he's been pretty physical. Dykstra will check in here for Mueller. Rowan Stewart also comes back in now for Chatfield.
I played against Chatfield, and he's strong.
Oh, yeah.
I have had a hard time with him, so he's a good player.
Up top, given on here to Martin. Swings left wing. Norton with space. 3 around the screen. Oh, it took a unfriendly rattle. Will not fall. Rebound down to Shamray and the Eagles. To the top of the key. Shamray, jump pass. Right side, Miller. Left wing to Griffin Baker. Baker up top, Shamray. Drives down the lane. Gave a ball fake. Reverse layup. Draws the contact. Will go to the line. Braden Shamray off the bounce. So shifty, so tough. You see it right there. Gibson Heathice will check in here for Baker. That foul on Dykstra is his first and the team's fourth. 2 at the line here for Shamray, who has 13, including a trio of threes early in this contest.
Yeah, way to get to that line here. He'll get a chance to put him up to a little bit more than, I mean, it's not like they need it, but, you know.
First one will not go, as Heathice will actually check into the game for Daniels. Baker will stay out there. One more at the line here for 2 and white. Shamray bends the knees, flicks it up with the right in front of the face. Free throw motion is good. He has 14 now. 4:17 to go in the second. 32-12 game. Trevor Martin, senior forward, to run the offense. Kicks left corner to Bennett. Bennett's up top. Stewart, swing pass, right wing Dykstra to the right corner for Norton. Norton defended by Heathice to the right wing. Crossover dribble. Fakes left, drives right, blowing into the paint. Jump pass up top. Stewart with space. Left-handed 3, good. A couple threes for Rowan Stewart. He has 6. It is a 32-15 game with 3:50 in the second.
Great job by Norton to get it up top there to number 20, Stewart, and find him for that three-pointer.
Shamray will back it out right wing. Followed over there by Bennett. Baker, no-look pass onto a curling Heathice. Mid-range jumper off the back iron, no good. Leaping rebound down to Martins. It'll be the sophomore Norton to run the offense. Swings across the floor, right wing to Martins. Right corner onto Dykstra. Stewart up top, swings left wing to Bennett. Defended here by Shamray, working the pivot foot. Left corner for Norton. Norton jabs, kicks up top Dykstra. Right wing for Stewart. Fakes right, looking to drive right, curling top of the key. Give a bit of a look off, feeds to Martins. Martins kicks right corner for Norton. Defended by Heathice. Norton drives, jump pass, left corner Bennett with a little bit of space. Launches a 3, misses it short on the late closeout from Shamray. Ball knocked out of bounds, last poked out by Jenison. It will be Jonah Dennis now checking in for for Griffin Baker. 3:03 in the second, 32-15 Hudsonville. Jenison is going to bring a full court 2-2-1 trap this time. They've been working the 1-2-2. Now they go 2-2-1 here.
Yeah, great hustle there at that last possession by number 20, Stewart, and almost had that ball.
A touch pass over the timeline to Dykstra. Dykstra Euros into the lane, and the big guy lays it in off the window. He has 9. Quick official timeout to get things reset right here. 2:47 to go in the second, 34-15. That was quite the sequence. They went to kind of a jump pass over the timeline to the big guy who bounds into the lane, is able to score off the window.
Something we might see in the second half is a running clock, which would screw things over a little bit for Jenison.
Top of the key, here's Bennett. Bennett skips top of the key. Norton catch and shoot 3 off the back rim, rolls out no, and the rebound is secured by a leaping Dykstra on to Braden Shamray. 2:25 in the second, 34-15. Left wing Heath Ice. Heath Ice faking left, keeping a right-hand dribble. Stutter step top of the key, lobs short right corner Shamray. No look pass to a curling Dykstra. Right-hand shot, swatted and fouled by Rowan Stewart. That will send Dykstra back to the line. He can look to get into double digits at the cherry stripe here. That actually, beg your pardon, foul actually is going to be on Corbin Bennett that they will get. Stewart was kind of blocking up top. Bennett was underneath. And it will be Dykstra at the line. Right-hand free throw, too strong. He'll stay at 9 points. Landon Mueller will check in for Coach Dominic Allen and Jenison as Charlie Norton takes a seat. One more at the line here for 32 and white, Mason Dykstra. Black and white shoes to go along with the all-white uniform. Right-hand shot is up and good. Dykstra now with 10 points. Second to Shamray and his team's scoring attack.
We're going to see a press here from Hudsonville.
Yeah, Hudsonville going man-to-man pressure here in the full court. Driving left over the timeline. Bennett kicks left corner onto Mueller. Mueller inside the arc, feeds up top. Martins blows in the lane, passes right corner. Catch and shoot 3. Bennett's able to rattle and spin that one home. 7 now for Bennett in a 35-18 game inside 2 minutes in the second.
Welcome back, Jenison. Time's running out a little bit too much, but let's see what they can do in the second half.
Heath Ice, top of the key, Shamray. Working the pivot foot, launches a 3, buries it.
I stand corrected.
What a shot. Stares down the defender, knocks it down from deep in the wing. He has 17, 90 seconds to go in the second. 20-point lead for Hudsonville.
Just 2 points away from hitting 20 here for Jenison. That'll put them at an 18-point differential.
Driving Stewart, leaning left-hand shot is good. A really tough one from Rowan Stewart on the lean. He has 8, 38-20 game. 112 and less than in the second.
A little bit of trip there from Miller. Got his balance regained, but that was enough time for Stewart to get by.
Heath Ice, jump pass, left block, Miller, jump stop, leaning shot, high off the window, good. Nice one from Joey Miller in the lane off the jump stop with a two-hand feed and finish. And Hudsonville has them doubled up 40-20 inside 50 seconds to go. As up the left side of the floor, Martins will start the offense. Kicks left corner to Mueller. Mueller spinning away from Jonah Dennis. Kicks up top to Stewart, swung right wing for Bennett. Bennett drives, stops free throw line, kicks right corner to Martins. Martins, handoff, Dykstra House. Right wing, catch and shoot 3. Martins off the front rim, no. Leaping rebound, Joey Miller. Final 30 seconds. Hudsonville will hold for the final shot with a 40-20 lead.
They're going to call back number 21 McBride, or excuse me, number 21 Vanderveen from the check-in as they're going to hold this one for the end.
He was set to check in. He'll go back down towards Coach Elliott. Shamray will set things up with 12 seconds and less. Dribbling to the right side, defended here by Dykstra House. Feeds right corner to Heath Ice. Heath Ice back to the right side, picked off by Martins, given on to Stewart. Takes a look at the clock, throws up a half-court heave. Oh, he puts it off the glass, off the front of the rim, but will not fall. And we have reached halftime. 40-20, Hudsonville all over Jenison at the break in this one for certain from Zeeland East. Welcome into the Centennial Securities halftime show. Nate, and yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of everything from this Hudsonville attack. It is certainly one of their better played games of the year. They really were not to be denied in this one in the first half, either end of the floor. I mean, some tough threes made from Jenison to kind of keep pace, but, I mean, some muscle being flexed here tonight.
Yeah, we can totally see right now who has the dominance, who is showing who's boss, and who is showing up tonight. And I'm going to say it's not the Wildcats.
No, go ahead.
But we did see them coming back a little bit there within the last 2 minutes of that second quarter. So it could be an interesting second half. That talk in the locker room is going to be a little tough, but it might do a little bit of something for them.
No, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting second half of play. We're going to step aside here on the Centennial Securities halftime show. When we come back, we're going to get you through a bit of a scoring update and break down what Jenison's got to do to try to pull one heck of a comeback. They trail by 20 at the break. Hudsonville, the 1 seed, looking like it through halfway in this one. We will be right back.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. It was warm and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly,
you've got squirrels in your engine and they chew through the wiring.
And it was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Michigan Sports Academies offers quality youth sports in Grand Rapids, Holland, and Muskegon. With a wide variety of programming, MSA has something for new athletes who are just starting out to experienced athletes looking to take their game to the next level. Year-round programming is offered in basketball, lacrosse, soccer, and volleyball. Your athlete will love the quality of instruction from experienced coaches in state-of-the-art facilities conveniently located in Grand Rapids and along the lakeshore. Check us out at MichiganSportsAcademies.com.
Don't just find yourself, make yourself. Start businesses, build bridges, save lives, raise a whole city. This is your future, so take it and move all of us forward.
Jerry opened the letter. An eviction notice? He and his family couldn't bear to move again. It was warm and they had plenty of space for their acorns. Anxiety took a hold of him. Then suddenly,
you've got squirrels in your engine and they chew through the wiring.
And it was covered, thanks to a farmer's agent. Engine Bay Squatters, May 23rd, 2015. Talk to farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today at 616-531-3441. Your local farmer's agent who helps you plan for the unexpected.
I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. I've heard it said that professional coaches measure success in rings, college coaches measure success in championships, and high school coaches measure it in titles. But youth coaches measure success in smiles. At Centennial Securities, we're like the youth coach. Our success is measured by the smiles on the faces of our satisfied clients. If you're a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
It's a 3-week journey, unmatched in almost all sports. It takes 8 games of perfection, from Monday night at your home gym and districts to the grand stage of Michigan's largest college basketball arena. Neighborhood district foes for a week, then the best of the region, the best of your quarter of the state, and eventually all eyes on the best of the best from each side of the state, with it all on the line in late March. Every game is a winner-takes-all and a pure display on the hardwood, with styles of play as varied as the corners of the state the teams travel from. To win, you'll need to conjure up some of your own March magic. No one makes it through this run unscathed. There's stories of perfection, stories of redemption, and stories of some of the great names and teams to lace them up in the mitten. We've seen them all here. The greatest teams and players on the west side conquering all. Title-winning moments only March supplies. And the end of dynasties and miracle runs that counter the unmatched elation with an equal emotional crushing. In the MHSAA basketball tournament, moments make the journey. Don't blink, because you might miss one. It's an arduous 3-week battle, but it goes by pretty quick. This is March on MGN.
here tonight, and even when they get in the paint, they're getting up and putting it in. I mean, we're not seeing much paint action tonight, but from what we are, they're going up, they're attracting that foul. They'll get that and one, and they'll get to go to the line.
Yeah, Hudsonville very aggressive offensively, but still in a pretty traditional Coach Elliott style. They're taking their time enough, and they're making sure they get the right shot. And we've seen that time and time again, and that's why they have Jenison doubled up at the break. The Wildcats are finding their way onto the floor right now to get their warm-ups underway. So a bit shorter word, actually, from Coach Allen than what we saw for Coach Elliott. We're going to step aside one last time here on the Centennial Securities Halftime Show. When we come back, we'll wrap up this halftime, and we'll get to the second half and wrap up to see, does Jenison have a comeback, or will it be Hudsonville, Zeeland West in the district championship game right back here on game night on Friday? Don't go anywhere.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car. And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Need to replace that worn-out carpet or floor? Floor Coverings International makes it easy. They bring their mobile showroom to you. Save yourself the trip and gas shopping around. See a wide selection of carpet, hardwood, laminate, and vinyl in the lighting of your own home. Go to floorcoveringsinternational.com today for your free consultation. Work with one team for a hassle-free experience from the quote to installation. And each Floor Coverings International business is independently owned and operated, so they are local business owners in our community. Floor Coverings International, the flooring store at your door.
Are you looking for a new career? Aetna Supply is hiring. Aetna Supply is Michigan's #1 plumber wholesaler, servicing local customers for over 50 years. They offer great benefits, a 401k with company match, quarterly bonuses, and no Sundays. Once again, check them out at aetnasupply.com/careers or click on their logo on the Michigan Sports Radio homepage.
All right, let's wrap up the Centennial Securities Halftime Show. Nate Aiden back with you. All right, second half, Jenison trailing by 20. I mean, what are some of the things Coach Allen can even say to his team and kind of start working on for the second half to try to start making a comeback?
Well, I will say we have about 10 seconds to find that out, but I guarantee you the thing was, don't take your time anymore. This team has had a run up against you. They are a fast team. No more taking your time. Obviously, when it comes to it, take your time, but you've got to get running and get going.
Absolutely. All right, Jenison, the traveling green uniforms, white numbers trimmed in black and white down the side. Hudsonville, the home whites with blue numbers trimmed in gold. Right to left across your radio dial, Braden Shamray and the Eagles will get the first possession of the basketball game. Shamray runs across the floor right wing, jump pass, free throw line to Dykstra. No look pass onto a cutting Dennis. Jump stop, reverse layup, misses strong. Rebound down to Stewart. It'll be played down to Charlie Norton. The sophomore had 3 first half points. Run the offense here for the Wildcats. 20 seconds off the third quarter clock. 20-point lead for Hudsonville in the district semifinal. Right corner, catch and shoot 3. Norton falls short at the front rim, and a tough rebound secured by Vanderveen.
Way to grab that rebound, Vanderveen, and he had assistance from his teammate there, so they would have gotten it either way.
Backing into the lane is Dennis. Handoff for Shamray, lost the handle to the corner. Bodies diving on the floor. Norton has it. Pass up the floor is tipped, but settled down by Stewart. Underhand feed given back on to Stewart.
Ooh.
He'll drive to the lane. Left hand finger roll gets a friendly touch and goes. That's 10 points for Stewart. Heath Ice pushing the pace back the other way. Left hand reverse layup is blocked the basket. Coach Elliott wanted a foul call on the hit across the arm. Won't get it, but Hudsonville will get the ball baseline right on the inbound. 40-22 game. 1 minute gone, third quarter. Heath Ice lobbing up right elbow for Vanderveen. Handoff for Shamray, top of the key. He'll start the dribble, the crossover. Shamray peering right, gives it left on to Dykstra. Up top, backing into the lane with a jump stop, Jonah Dennis. Up top for Shamray again. He'll get around the screens, put a pair of defenders, drives, right-hand layup is good. What a move by Shamray. He's got 19, back up to a 20-point game.
Great move by him, but I think Jenison's starting to wake up a little more. We're seeing a little bit more speed from them.
Martin's Euro step, right-hand shot at the basket is good off the window. Now Hudsonville pushes the other way, lead back down to 18. Heath-Ice, right corner for Dykstra. Dykstra lobs up top to Shamray to restart the offense. Defended loosely here by Landon Mueller. Mueller will crowd him. Start the 5-second clock. Lobbed up top for Dykstra, running two from behind by Martins on the jump. And that'll be our first foul of the second half, and the first on Trevor Martins in this game. It'll be Dykstra to throw in here for the Eagles. Right to left goes Hudsonville across your radio dial. It's lobbed into the backcourt here to Shamray. Stopped up against the double team. Throws one up the middle of the floor. Run to free throw line Vanderveen. Dump pass into the paint onto Dykstra. Right hand leaner, good. And a foul as he buckets that one pure. And he has 12 and a chance for one more at the stripe. 44-24, back up to a 20-point lead as Mason Dykstra going to work at the start of the second half, just like he went to work at the start of the first half. That foul is the second on Charlie Norton and the second on Jenison.
Yeah, that's a good shot there and great rebound.
Yeah, free throw too strong. The rebound grab by Vanderveen. Shamray right wing. No look pass is stolen in the paint by Stewart. And Norton will slow things down here left to right for Jenison. Under 6 minutes to go in the third. 44-24 Hudsonville. Norton defended by Heath-Ice. Throws left corner onto Bennett. Up fake, curling drive, top of the key. Skip pass right wing Norton. Turns, defended by Heath-Ice, top of the key. Right corner for Martins. Working the pivot foot, defended by Dykstra. Blows into the lane. Left hand leaner off the glass, and he's able to get the bucket. Tough one from Martins with the left. 44-26.
Thought I was going to hear a walk or a foul there, but I didn't hear either. Great shot by him.
5.5 in the third up top for Shamray. Much different feeling game in terms of the whistles in the second game than the first one, and it's given a little bit of that different feel. Shamray leaning right-hand shot in the lane falls short. Jenison the rebound, and Norton at the controls. Up top for Stewart. Left wing Martins. Martins to the right elbow, defended by Dykstra. Kicks right corner, catch and shoot three. Norton good. The sophomore now is 6. And a timeout is called as Chatfield will check in. Good start to the second half for Jenison in this one. They now trail 44-29. 3 minutes gone in the third. The Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame celebrates the city's rich sports history by honoring prominent West Michigan athletes and those who have contributed greatly to sports on a local, state, or national level. The GRS HOF also presents annual events in support of West Michigan athletics and raises funds to support local youth organizations and charities. Follow the Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame on Facebook and check out pictures and biographies of all 181 inductees at GRSHOF.com. Have you heard the exciting news that Michigan Basketball Academy and Storm Basketball have joined forces and are bringing you the best basketball experience in West Michigan? Tryouts will be held on March 12th. For more information, check out MichiganBasketballAcademy.com. 5:08 to go third quarter, second of our doubleheader tonight in the District 11 semifinals. Hudsonville leads Jenison 44-29.
Yeah, I have 3 words to say. Welcome back, Jenison.
Welcome back, Jenison. A couple shots for them. They have got a little bit of juice. They'll bring the full court pressure. Heath-Ice far side, defended here and locked up by Bennett. So now start the dribble. Heath-Ice fakes right, drives left. Left-hand dribble will blow him over the timeline. He now switches hands back to the right and drives to the right-hand corner. Heath-Ice, two-hand feed in between the rings onto Shamray. Defended here tightly by Mueller. Shamray rocking the ball right wing. Crosses, drives down the right side. Shamray, floater off the window. Off the glass, no good. Rebound down to Martins, throws it the length of the floor. Bennett's to the basket, whips the hands free. Left-hand layup, no good with some late pressure on him from Dykstra. Dykstra the rebound, and Heath-Ice the basketball.
2 missed opportunities right there, one from the Eagles and one from the Wildcats.
44-29 game with 4.5 in the third. Shamray, left wing, holds the ball high. Fakes a pass right, now starts the dribble and kicks in front of the timeline to Heath-Ice. Skip pass, right wing for Dykstra. Lowering the head, working the pivot, kicks right corner to Shamray, curls right wing. Step back move, got some space, thought about the three. Instead, he'll keep the dribble and back it out. Shamray, screen from Vanderveen, denies, going right. Passes, right corner, catch and shoot three off the front rim, no good for Jonah Dennis. Tie up over the rebound. Dykstra rips it out of there, has it poked away. And it actually went off the head of Dykstra out of bounds, and Jenison takes over exactly the halfway point of the third, 44-29 Hudsonville. Dykstra House will check in for Bennett here for Coach Allen.
A lot of missed shots for Hudsonville here. They need to start dropping them if they want to keep their lead.
Here is Trevor Martins. Kicks right corner to Mueller, to Chatfield, spinning into the lane. Two-hand feed left wing, settled down on the low feed from Norton. Norton up top, Dykstra House, swung right wing for Mueller. Mueller, angle drive, and a grab and a foul on Braden Shamray. The first foul of the half on Hudsonville. 3:43 in the third, 44-29, Hudsonville. It'll be a right side inbound in front of their own bench for Hudsonville, for Jenison and Trevor Martins. Martins lobbing into the backcourt for Norton, pressured there by Heath Ice. He'll turn to the left-hand dribble. Norton bounces over the timeline. Angles into the left wing. Norton stops left elbow up top for Chatfield. Stutter step, spins in the lane. Two-hand feed, right corner for Dijksterhouse. Curls right elbow. Skip pass, short right corner, Chatfield. Starts to dribble, turns the back, backing down Vanderveen. Up fake, double team comes. Feeds free throw line to a cutting Martins. Whips the hands free. Friendly touch off the left side of the rim. It goes. 6 for Martins, all in the second half. 3:14 in the third. And a violation to travel on the inbound against Hudsonville. They'll turn it over to Jenison. A little bit of life here out of the Wildcats.
Mistakes are being made. Got to knock down the shots. For the Eagles, can't be traveling. Simple mistakes make a big difference. Great job by Martins for that cut on that previous play, and great job by Chatfield for watching him.
Martins lobbing for Chatfield, deflected away and stolen by the Eagles. Heath Ice up top for Dennis, drives, tied up in the paint, alternating possession. Will go Jenison's way. Great job by Chatfield there with the ball kind of out of control, able to grab a piece of it. 5 minutes gone in the third quarter. Griffin Baker will check in for Hudsonville. 44-31, Hudsonville. Definitely Jenison's best run of the game, a little bit of momentum. The problem is it's been kind of a slow run on both ends out of the floor out of them, despite getting a little bit of offense going. Hudsonville will bring some full court pressure here defensively. Inbounded near corner, going left to right for Norton. Norton at his own free throw line. Up the left side of the floor, blows over the timeline, defended by Heath Ice, swings it left wing to Martins. Martins, right corner, catch and shoot 3 from Norton. Off the connector, no. Leaping rebound is down to Baker. He's grabbed and fouled from behind by Mueller, who was trying to tie him up. Hudsonville keeps it. That is the third foul of the half on Jenison. 2:46 in the third quarter. 44-31 Hudsonville. That's the second foul on the senior guard, Landon Mueller.
This will give Hudsonville a chance to calm down a little bit and take things back into account.
Shamray against a bit of a full court pressure, throws over the timeline to a leaping Baker left wing. Baker drives to the corner, jump pass out of a trap as the full court or the half court pressure being brought on here by Jenison. Shamray throws back across to Baker, drives to the basket, two-hand shot blocked at the basket. Hudsonville faithful wanted a foul on the block. Norton the rebound, pushes down to Martins. Martins has his pass to Norton tipped, but he'll settle it back down. Norton top of the key. Driving on Baker, jump stop, leaner in the lane, good. Good tough finish there from Charlie Norton. He has 8, it's a 44-33 game. Jenison within 11, they bring some full court trapping pressure here. Shamray, left side, back to Heath Ice, not over the timeline yet. Throws it straight into a leaping Norton. Bodies collapse together, touched out of bounds by Hudsonville. Jenison keeps it. Bennett will check in, Daniels will check in. Jenison creating a little bit of chaos right now and closing the gap down to 11 after being down 20 at the break.
You can feel the intensity slowly lowering on one side and intensing on the other side.
Martins holding left wing up top for Chatfield, the big guy, defended here by Vanderveen. Handoff for a curling Dijksterhouse, left or right elbow on to Chatfield. Skip pass, right side, Bennett's catch and shoot 3. Goes straight down, no good off the front rim, but the rebound secured by Mueller. The possession stays on. Martins handoff, Bennett's left wing. Defended by Shamray, skip pass, left elbow for Chatfield. Turns the back, gave up top to Mueller, left corner. Dijksterhouse, up fake, dribble drive, into the lane, passes right wing Martins, extra pass onto Chatfield, drives the basket, let the defender go up, right hand shot is strong, but a foul called, and that will send Gage Chatfield back to the line, the big guy, the 6'4 junior, with 1:26 in the third, 44-33, he can bring Jenison within single digits at the stripe here.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see what they can do. Hudsonville slowly losing intensity. This is something that we didn't expect, and I didn't expect that either.
He airballed the free throw off to the right side. He'll have one more coming up right here. The big guy will settle things back down at the line, steadies the feet, right hand, high arcing free throw motion, got the rattle, 3 points for Chatfield. Jenison within 10. Chatfield takes a seat, Stewart comes in, and again, it'll be a full court trapping pressure. This time a 1-2-2 full court trap on here from Jenison. Left side, Daniels lobs for Shamray, right side. Shamray in the back court, starts the dribble, throws back to his left to Daniels, back to Shamray, over the timeline to Baker. Baker, pass up the middle of the floor, poked and stolen by Bennett. Given on to Stewart, running to the basket. Right hand shot is good. Rowan Stewart with 12, and it's an 8-point game. The pressure's back on.
I think since the tip, this is the first time they've been in single digits this whole night.
It certainly feels like it. Here is Dykstra driving, underhand feed, stolen at the block by Stewart. Bennett's with it. You wonder when Coach Elliott may be looking to call a timeout. Push pass, right corner Dykstra House, defended by Daniels. Right block for Stewart. Turns the back, spins in the lane, right hand layup, rolls home. Rowan Stewart with 14. It's 44-38, and a timeout from the Hudsonville bench. What a third quarter for Jenison. They're rolling back after being down 20 at the break in this one. It's not too late to sign up for admission at Ferris State University, and you have to make sure you sign up for orientation. Ferris State also offers summer camps in all sports. Check them out online at ferris.edu. And Golf Emporium has a surplus of golf bags. Anyone who mentions Michigan Sports Radio at Golf Emporium will receive $35 off any golf bag. 40.4 in the third, 44-38. It was 20 at the break. The pressure, the trap came out, some mistakes. The game gets a little bit slopped up, and suddenly Jenison maybe does have a chance to try to make the same statement their girls made against the rival Hudsonville on Friday.
Not only that, but we thought the Zeeland West Grandville game was good. This might get really good here soon. I mean, this is something both of us did not expect. But, I mean, I was the odd one out at half, wasn't I? And I guess I was kind of right.
Well, yeah, and you got to wonder, I mean, what is Hudsonville going to come out of this break with? Out of the timeout from Coach Elliott, certainly needs to settle things down. Again, though, of course, that full court 1-2-2 trap is back on. That's been giving some big problems to Hudsonville. They got a pair of ball handlers out there right now in Shamray and Daniels. Shamray left side to Daniels. Daniels throws right side to Shamray, still in the backcourt, over the timeline to Daniels. Daniels back Shamray right wing. All the way across, left corner to Baker. Dribble drive along the baseline. Baker stops left block, feeds left wing for Daniels. He'll launch a triple. Off the connector, no. Leaping rebound down to Bennett with 20 seconds in the third. Corbin Bennett's up the middle of the floor. He'll back it out, defended by Baker.
Looks like they're going to try to hold this one out to the end.
They will. Inside 8 seconds to go. Corbin Bennett gets the motion going, bounces around a screen. Bennett spins in the lane, lowers the head, fights up a shot off the connector, no. Rebound secured by Vanderveen. That will do it for the third. But what a quarter from Jenison, trailing by 20 at the half. They now trail by just 6. They take down Hudsonville by 14 points in that third frame. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. This could be a real interesting finish.
Can you name the 10 winners of the Nobel Peace Prize or the last 5 Miss Americas? The point is the applause dies and the achievements are forgotten. But can you name 3 friends who helped you through tough times or teachers who encouraged you in school? We remember those who make a difference in our lives. I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities. What matters to us are the personal relationships we have with our clients, helping them build a secure financial future. As a Centennial Securities customer, you know what I mean. If you're not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
Daniel the deer danced everywhere. He pranced through fields and jigged through rivers. Then he saw it. What a stage! A place no deer had dared dance before. The hood of a brand new car. My car! And the car was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Deer Dance Floor, December 1st, 2014. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
All right, Nate Dry, Aiden Lynch with the final quarter here on March on MGN of our district semifinal coverage after leading by 20 at the break. Just a 6-point lead for Hudsonville after 3. Shamray splitting a defender, whipping the hand free. Left-hand layup rolls out. Stewart the rebound, gave it on to Norton, and Jenison the ball back here with Mueller.
Yeah, great grab by there by Jenison. Way to grab it and bring it back up the court. They're fast, they're simple, and now they're going to take it home.
Left corner. Martin's handoff for Norton, lost the handle, regathers in front of the in front of the out-of-bounds line. Stewart in the right wing.
Oh!
Driving Trevor Martins. Vanderveen trying to draw the offensive foul, and he's able to do so. A charge is called on Martins. That is his second, and Hudsonville takes the ball, 44-38.
Yeah, way to grab that charge there, way to take it to the ground and grab that ball back to give you guys another shot.
Full court trap is on again, beating over the timeline to Dykstra. Tic-tac-toe pass, left block, Baker jump stop, right hand feed, no. Fight for the rebound, Baker spikes it off of Stewart. It goes off of Stewart into the hands of Vanderveen, who lays it in. He has 4, and Hudsonville goes back up 46-38.
I actually think that's been the first points for them in a couple minutes.
Yeah, for sure. Martin's top of the key, defended by Dykstra. Kicks right corner for Norton. Jump pass, right wing, Stewart. Catch and shoot 3. Got it. Splashes one down. Rowan Stewart was 17. It's a 5-point game, and the trap is back out.
Stewart from 3, really taking that one hard.
Left corner, all alone. Baker to answer. He got it. 6 now for Griffin Baker. 49-41 with 6.5 in the fourth.
Yep, and that's a great response from him there. 2 back-to-back threes for both teams.
Bennett's pass to the top of the key. Stewart was all alone. It escapes his grasp, goes out of bounds all the way on the other side of the floor. It'll be a front court inbound here for Hudsonville on the left side. 6:19 in the fourth, 49-41.
Yeah, not much they could have done there. You either get an over and back or a out of bounds there. So either way, it's going to go over to the Eagles.
Shamray kicks up top for Jovan Daniels. Daniels right wing for Vanderveen. Down low to Shamray, tic-tac-toe pass, right wing onto Baker. Catch and shoot 3, good. Griffin Baker, 9 for the sophomore. A couple big ones for him to stretch the lead back to 11.
Eagles are back in it here as they're showing from their points.
Bennett's reaching past Martins at the right block, stutters, feeds up top for Norton. Norton spins free throw line, lob pass, left wing for Bennett's. Bennett's defended by Daniels, turns the corner, floater, off the connector, no. Leaping rebound Vanderveen, and Shamray will settle it down here as off the missed basket, Jenison will be forced to drop back into man-to-man half-court pressure. 5:40 in the fourth, 52-41, Hudsonville.
If it wasn't for Daniels' coverage there, he would have made that shot.
Right corner, Griffin Baker, catch and shoot 3 off a feed from Shamray, good. 3 in a row for the sophomore, 55-41. He has ignited the Eagles back on top.
Jenison had the third quarter. Can Hudsonville have the fourth? We're about to see.
Mueller left wing defended here by Baker. Spins on the sophomore, kicks right corner for Martin. Stutter step, lost the handle, secured top of the key. Stewart walks into a 3, missed it short, but he is fouled by Dykstra. It'll be 3 at the line here for Rowan Stewart, who has suddenly come up with 17 points and found a lot of offense in that third quarter. 5:06 in the fourth, first foul on Dykstra, third on Hudsonville, 55-41 Eagles.
Yeah, way to get that foul at the three-point line. He almost made it. It was a little short, though, after that foul. So
yeah, first free throw does fall short off that front rim. Chatfield, Dykstra, House, McFall set to all check in for their respective teams here. The lefty Stewart bends the knees, flicks it up. Off the left iron, no good. He's got one more coming up here. McFall comes in for Dykstra. Mueller goes to the bench for Jenison. It'll be Chatfield checking in for the shooter, Stewart.
We'll have one more shot here to try to redeem himself, but Hudsonville's getting this intensity back.
Free throw good. Stewart goes 1 of 3 at the line. He has 18 points. He'll check out here for Chatfield. Jenison will be able to set up their full court 1-2-2 trap once more here. 3 minutes off the fourth quarter clock, 55-42. McFall looking for the inbound, got it in front of the timeline, or in front of the out of bounds line. Along the baseline to Daniels. Daniels stutter step over the timeline as the pressure pulls off. Daniels lost the handle himself, regathers along the left out of bounds line. Whipped up top for Vanderveen, right wing for Baker. Onto a curling Shamray. Shamray reaching shot, front rim, no. Hudsonville wants a foul, but Jenison to run. Dykstra House driving to the basket, jump pass, tipped out of bounds, but saved in by McFall. It was on its way out. McFall extended a run after that one, whipped it into Chatfield, and Chatfield kicks around. Right wing, Bennett's 3, off the front rim, no. Leaping rebound onto Baker. He's fouled from behind by Chatfield. A bit of words between the two after that as well. 4:29 in the fourth, 55-42. Hudsonville will take it back right here.
I have a feeling that we might see a little more fouls than we did the first game because we haven't seen much foul trouble, if any, at all tonight.
Coach Elliott having a bit of a word with the official behind the play right here before the inbound to Shamray. And the full court trap gets set up once more here, this time a 2-2-1 variety for Coach Allen and Jenison. Shamray left side, throwing all the way right corner to Baker. He'll launch another three. That one off the front rim, no. Reaching rebound, McFall, put back is good. Braylon McFall with 5, reaches behind himself to grab it. 4 minutes to go in the fourth, 57-42.
Yeah, great reach by him, great rebound, and way to put it back up quick. He had a wide open shot.
Dykstra House skips for Chetfield. He's fouled on a shot attempt down low, flying into the lane by McFall. And that will send Gage Chatfield to the line for 2 here. 3:58 in the fourth. First foul on McFall. That is the third on Hudsonville. Stewart and Mueller both set to check back in. Looks like actually we're going to now, after everyone was around the key.
Looks like they're going to say it was on the floor.
It was on the floor now. So I kind of thought it was on the floor at first. It was trying to create a shot motion right there. At first everyone had lined up around the key. Now it will be well, maybe not. We're going to have more discussion of the officials. And we are going to keep it a baseline inbound. Baseline right. It'll be Bennett's to throw in here for Jenison. Coach Allen gets a bit of a discussion there from the coach, or from the official, I should say, on that call. Bennett's will throw in from the right baseline. Got it right corner to Dykstra House. Out of his reach, but it was tipped out by, I think, Shamray got a piece of it on the inbound. So it'll now be an inbound from in front of the Jenison bench for Martins to throw in here right side. Martins skipping Bennett's right wing with 3:58 in the fourth. 57-42 Hudsonville. They've opened it back up now to 15. Stewart left corner. Stewart turning his back, hands off for a curling Bennett's. Bennett spins in the lane, left-hand shot, off the window and good. Nice work from Bennett's. He has 9. It's 57-44.
If it gets back to how it was in the third quarter, I have a feeling we're going to see a timeout there from Hudsonville. He's not very happy.
Daniels put the moves on over the timeline. Got it Shamray right wing, who will back it out. Shamray turns his back right wing on Mueller. Backs it out in front of the timeline. Mueller sticking with him. Shamray crossing, bouncing to the top of the key. Drives the lane. Left hand layup is good. Off the window. 21 for Braden Shamray. 59-44 with 3:12 in the fourth.
Yeah, great shot there. Way to bring it in and bring it up to put that one in.
Left corner Mueller, up fake. Working the pivot foot. Starts a right-hand dribble, curls, underhand, no-look handoff for Dykstra House. Reverse layup, good. Tough one for Dykstra House. That is the first points of the game for the senior. 2:51 in the fourth, 59-46 Hudsonville.
Very tough layup to make. Most players don't make that when they're that far under the hoop, but he was able to get it up and off the board.
McFall spins, drives, goes up, wants a foul call as he's deflected away by Stewart. Rebound stays with Hudsonville right corner with Shamray, who will back it out. Shamray with the right-hand dribble defended by Mueller. Backed it out, now drives. No-look feed, left block. Vanderveen, right-hand shot, strong, but a foul on Stewart will send Eli Vanderveen to the line. Kind of came up limping a little bit after that play as well. That's the first foul on Stewart. That is foul 6 on the Wildcats.
I will say it did look like Stewart had a good argument there. He was standing straight up, but
Vanderveen airballs the free throw. We've seen one of those for either team. Norton, Bennett's check in. Dykstra House takes a seat here for Jenison.
What can I say? A lot of unexpecteds tonight.
Vanderveen, second one too strong. Fight for the rebound. Foul on Hudsonville over the back. We'll give it Jenison's way back. So Vanderveen misses both, and he's still limping on his way back down the floor. Dykstra House now will check back in for Jenison. Dykstra will come in for Vanderveen, who will get a little bit of attention to that bum leg on his way off the floor. All right, Corbin Bennett to slowly run the offense left to right for Jenison, trailing 59-46 with 2:21 in the fourth. Bennett stops, fed up top. Catch and shoot three. Charlie Norton off the front rim, no. Sent down to the floor, wants a foul, doesn't get it. Rebound down to Shamray.
Yeah, that was very close to being a foul. I did see a little bit of a push there.
Feed right wing to Daniels. Coach Elliott wants and will get a timeout. 2:08 to go in the fourth, 59-46. Time running out a little bit here on this Jenison comeback. Scott Bates is your local Grandville, Jenison, and Hudsonville Farmers Insurance agent and is a great longtime supporter of Game Night and offers business insurance, auto, homeowners coverage, and more. Give Scott a call today at 616-531-3441 or stop into the agency located at 3181 Prairie Street Southwest in Grandville. Centennial Securities is a service-focused, community service-focused, locally owned investment firm with strong Midwestern values. Since the day they opened their doors in 1978, they have and will continue to recognize that it's not prudent to take a one-size-fits-all approach to investing. Check out Centennial Securities online at centennialsec.com. 59-46. Welcome back courtside. Now again, big third quarter. You saw the trap. You saw the pressure work. And kind of that late timeout at the end of the third quarter, fourth quarter break. Hudsonville will settle it down. Griffin Baker makes a trio of threes. That really is kind of the difference. You look back at this game, Baker goes red hot, goes bananas, hits 3 threes in a row.
Yep.
If it weren't for that, this is certainly a much different game right now.
100%. And we saw Jenison have that run back there in the the third quarter. Now it's kind of turning over to Hudsonville, but it's turning down a little bit, and both sides are having a little bit of alternating shots.
All right, Hudsonville with it here. In the backcourt, Shamray is pressured and trapped. Throws it all the way left wing to Vanderveen. Right side to Daniels, all alone. Steps inside the three-point arc. Launches a long shot, no good. Coach Elliott did not want his freshman shooting that one right there. But Hudsonville, the rebound, will keep it left corner here with Baker. Daniels up top. Watched by Bennett to the left wing. Feeds in between the circles to Shamray. Shamray backs it left wing. He'll back it out with 141. Mueller on him defensively. When will Jenison start to foul here with 1:35 in the fourth? They're playing man-to-man defense right now. Shamray now. Watched at the top of the key. Drives. Ball fake. Right-hand layup. Rattles out. Fight for the rebound. Went down to Martins. What a move, but can't get the finish on the underhand flick. Martins pushes Stewart. Right wing three. Off the front rim. No. A foul called on the floor in the fight for the rebound against Hudsonville. It'll stay with Jenison. The foul is on Griffin Baker. That's the fifth on the Eagles and his second. 1:19 in the fourth. 59-46. Norton will check in here from Mueller. Defense for offense for the Wildcats.
Yeah, that was a good shot there. Almost had it in, but then he had that foul on the end that gave him another shot.
Stewart settles it down up top. Feeds to Martins. Left wing Norton. Left wing catch and shoot three. Rowan Stewart. High arcing shot. Misses it all. Rebound straight down to Shamray to run the offense up the right side of the floor. Feeding for Dykstra. Poked away from Dykstra. Settled down by Vanderveen. Gives it left corner. Daniels. No look pass back to Vanderveen. Up top to Shamray. Swung around right corner for Daniels. Inside the final minute. He is grabbed and fouled by Charlie Norton. 58 seconds to go in the fourth. That is the seventh team foul on Jenison. And that will send Daniels to the line for a 1-and-1.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it earlier. Coach didn't want him to shoot that one. Now he's at the line to hopefully drain both of these to keep their lead up. I don't know if we'll see a lot more fouls. I mean, if it was a lot closer, we would, but it'll be an interesting prospect for them.
Mueller in for Norton. Free throw no good. Dykstra pokes the rebound, trying to settle it down out of bounds. And Jenison will get the basketball here. Hudsonville going to show some full court pressure right here and force them to inbound to up the left side on the Bennetts. Now the pressure pulls off. We'll take it over the timeline. Left wing Bennetts. Drives, spins in the lane. Feeds right elbow where it's stolen straight away by Vanderveen. Shamray over the timeline. Pushed and fouled intentionally by Corbin Bennetts. So foul on Bennetts, 8th on the team. That is foul 2 on the junior. Colin Diekman, the senior, will check in as it looks like Coach Allen is going to clear the bench and get his seniors out on the floor. That's exactly what he is going to do. Shems will come in. McBride will come in. Van Elst will come in. The white flag is up, and it will be Hudsonville versus Zeeland West for the district crown. Friday night on game night, 6:30. We got the coverage.
Yeah, great job to them here tonight.
Shamray unable to hit the free throw. Rebound is down to Diekman. 35 seconds and less. Diekman handoff. Right wing for Cameron Van Elst. Stops at the free throw line. Van Elst. Left corner, Diekman. Left wing, catch and shoot three. Van Elst has that one tipped. Hudsonville the rebound. The run out on to Vanderveen. He puts it off his own knee, out of bounds. And now Coach Elliott will clear his bench as well as Terpstra, Grujink, and Beamer will all check in. Heath also comes back in now for Hudsonville. 20.8 in the fourth, 59-46. There certainly were a couple moments where things got a little bit nerve-wracking for Hudsonville. But in the end, they're able to hang on in this one, and they will find their way as the 1 seed into the district championship game, breaking a little bit of a streak they had, losing on a Wednesday night, back-to-back years, and finding their way back into the championship game. Jordan Snip feeds right corner, skipped up top for Van Elst. Van Elst swings left wing. On the drive, bouncing into the lane, Diekman. Diekman able to turn and score off the window, 59-48. Hudsonville will run the clock down right here with Rujink. That will do it. 59-48. We have a district championship matchup. It will be Hudsonville versus Zeeland West as the Eagles hang on. They win this one by 11. We welcome you into the Scott Bates Farmers Insurance Agency postgame show. I tell you what, Aiden, the way this was going at the first half, 20-point game at the break, certainly didn't think it would be anywhere near this close, but it wound up being that tight.
Yep, and you got to give 100% props to Jenison. They brought it back and brought it hard there in the third quarter. Honestly, if they kept going in the fourth quarter, I think we would have a different outcome right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, they beat them by 14 in that quarter. A really solid job, though, by Hudsonville. And again, we go back to the play of Griffin Baker, really kind of pushing off the fight. A lot of guys to talk about for our Centennial Securities Player of the Game we'll get to in a minute. And, of course, Shamroy going off for 21 points offensively, such a big part. But, I mean, you got to talk about what Baker did as well. I mean, at the end of the day, the sophomore wound up being the X factor in this game. You take away Baker's 3 threes in a row he makes early in that fourth quarter, this certainly is a much different, much more nerve-wracking finish for Hudsonville where they have to execute possession by possession, and this thing is a 1 or 2 possession game either way.
Just think about that. They would be at 48-50 right now, possibly. Yeah. Things could happen, but if those threes were taken away, 50-48. What a close game, and the way Jenison was running in the third quarter, they might have had a little more motivation to bring it up in the fourth.
All right, big one for Hudsonville. We'll have Hudsonville versus Zeeland West, 6:30 on Friday night for the district championship game. We'll take one last break. Be back here to give out some stats and give out our Player of the Game award. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back here from Zeeland East.
The sinister cries haunted Mary through the night. Dawn neared, and still the voice tormented her. She ran towards the safety of her car, flung open the door, and a coyote had somehow gotten locked inside. But the damaged interior was covered, thanks to Farmers Insurance. Coyote Carpool, August 1st, 2015. Talk to a farmer's agent. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Contact the Scott Bates Agency today, 616-531-3441. A proud supporter of MichiganGameNight.com.
Can you identify your number one personal trait? The thing that you do better than most others? If not, this may be a good time to think this through. If you're really good at writing, then why use the phone? If you're great on the phone, why use email? If you have exceptional human relations skills, why sit back and let others lead? I'm Randy Hansen, president of Centennial Securities Company. Playing to our strengths is something we do very well at Centennial. And if you're already a customer, you know what I mean. If not, isn't it about time?
Member SIPC and FINRA.
All right, welcome back. Scott Bates, Farmers Insurance Agency postgame show. Nate and Aiden with you. Let's close out the night. Hudsonville versus Zeeland West on Friday night. We'll get into kind of some of your thoughts about that game in just a moment. Let's first get through our scoring recap. For Jenison, Dyksterhouse had 2. Charlie Norton, the sophomore, with 8. Corbin Bennett's had 9 for the Wildcats. Diekman with 2. Rowan Stewart with 18 to lead the way offensively for Jenison tonight. Martins with 6. Chatfield with 3. For Hudsonville, Jovan Daniels, the freshman, had 3. Braden Shamray leads the way for all scorers with 21. He had 17 at the break. Braylon McFall finishes with 5. Joey Miller 2. Eli Vanderveen 4. Griffin Baker closes this game with 12, along with Mason Dykstra also with 12. Centennial Securities Player of the Game. We talked about Baker, what he meant, but Shamray, 21 points, led the offense, pushed things out early on. We saw why he's one of the best point guards in this area period tonight.
Yeah, 100%. He got those threes off. He made a perfect shots. Not only did he make his shots, he made those passes and those assists. If he wasn't there to pass that ball off and get more points on the board, this game could be totally different.
All right, like I said, I'll be back here 6:30 on Friday night for that one, Aiden. I mean, you've now seen these 2 games. We saw the incredible first one. We saw Hudsonville's performance holding things off down the stretch. Give me kind of some of your first thoughts on what we're going to see on Friday night.
I'm going to be honest. I think it's going to be exactly like the Zeeland West Grandville game.
I hope so. I hope so.
I honestly think it's going to be 100% like that, and for 2 reasons. Look at Jenison. They came back against Hudsonville. Look at Zeeland West, upset against Grandville. These two teams are a perfect matchup for this final, and they both are a lot alike. With you have a lot alike, that's going to be a pretty good game, and that's going to be pretty close. I think we're going to see a 1 or 2 point differential between most of the game. I could be wrong, but that's what my predictions are.
All right, what a night. Zeeland West, Hudsonville move on. 6:30 Friday night. We'll be back. We'll have the coverage of that one. Aiden, great job. Thank you so much tonight for your help filling in for Chandler, slacker in Florida, unable to make it here tonight. But Aiden, thank you so much for your help, and what a fun night it certainly was. For Aiden, for everyone at Michigan Sports Radio, Michigan Game Night, I am Nate Dreyer signing off. See everyone on Friday night for the district championship in District 11.
To head over the timeline to Gable. Gable straight to the basket, elevates, slams it down over top of Orbaugh. Oh my goodness, the tomahawk jam.
The ball is tipped, and there you are. You're running for your life. You're a shooting star in all the years.
Driver pounds the rock, looking for a passing lane. Got some motion going, got a right corner for Haglund. Pounded defensively by Dudley. Step back three for the lead. Buries it pure! Kobe Haglund, 40-39 West Ottawa. A step back triple. Absolutely cold-blooded from Haglund.
Giving on to Titus. Titus angles, pull-up shot for the lead. Good! Brady Titus, a scream to the heavens after he knocks it down.
And the Hudsonville Eagles are state champions for the first time in school history. They bob at center court. Head coach Casey Glass, in his 12th season, has taken the Eagles to the mountaintop. They are state champions.
And it's the ultimate revenge for Tri-Unity. Another state championship for Coach Keeler's squad. The defenders of Tri-Unity Christian, state champions in Division 4. 56-45 the final.